creator.
Tanek, tabaw kot, aulati kabuta tanek, ilibit ya mani, isuatun habaw tarik kabut, ilibit ya tamat kot habaw tarik kabut tanek, ilibit muna ikiptiut, aulati gupti, kinak. Ukota hinyo kalanek tut ilichirap kalan.
Must be Tuesday. Sorry about that. Minister statements.
Ukot minihitawrat ukaw tigilane akay turaw tisakting tabraw na. Ukot ilichirap kalaw kitka kanaharaw tingin yik ukot na aulan ne ako tingit nuna kun matkualo kanok mani nekarutit sa matkualo lo kanyo kuma minihitakagay. Tabraw na ilichirap kapya kefe una tututigun. Tabraw na taw kuna ukwatin na ilichoraniak tingit ilichoraniak to tabraw tamat kwatin na alang himmaw hilyalit katam na tabraw malakok tabraw nga tabraw nga taw tigayak to tapkwat tabraw lutay na tamat kwatin na munakrirot kaya nekarutinik tutut matkot munakihugay chukot tabrungahin pula ako ting tautugay ako ting kanok angalatsim magayta tabra ikakanimi tabrungak tot tabrunga mitsa ako ting tabra tamatkot tautugay tabra lutay na tautugay kanok angalatsim magayta nalo abugoy hum magayta tutunik. Tam na huli tabra tak na allanin ila tay na pulak takto nagting mirolukun. Now tab ikakanimi hippalilyak lugo tay na tunagalan igilaw luting tamat ko taw tuyak takamik kangit. Tabra tak tay na kanok GNWT kanok angalat rutingin na ilichakap kalakangit. Tabrap tak tay na tabreli himarut mani ing miktigunit na tutunyak tot. Tabralo tay na tabrataman na tambani nunami Bathurst mikpirakigatam na iningit. 2021 mip tawak taberta maunga pulak taktuat 6,000 tunit na tutto kakalawak tuat tabrani tamani Bathurst iningin niya tabralo tayo na ilitso kanya kalugit tayo na tabra tamatkap tawaking miktiwan tawak muna kanya kimagayt kanok pibatla akong iluwit, ako chibatla akong iluwit, tabertay na ko ting taberlo tamat ko na nalagto ribut munakrit kurot nagalunin ikayo kurot na nunaming ni inyuniaktot tawak tabertamani ilihimagibut tayo na tunagalan inyugay kirot tamat ko tutut nalo kanok tutunek tot matkot ilitso kanyak lugit pimagibot mani tabran WT me kanok angalarutingan ni tabralo tayo na tunagalam tawak ing miktigun ilihimarot kanok angalan niya ako tikranganik nagalon niya kanot nang angon niya ako tikranganik ilihimarot tayo kanga tabralo tayo na tauchikuni na tauchiku ako ting tapko munakriurot nagrutinik lu tamat ko lu anguni aktot tuttunni aktot GNWT dahil tabra atauchikun na habakatigiguting tapko din na ikayo kakayakay tapko na tuttunni aktot lu tamanilyo inyo ni aktot lu kuya nakpak.
Making strategic investments in our transportation system is one of the mandates of the 19th Assembly.
Kota kanoka mitjarvik pait nako kinyakhluit habakkalortuut inauratoqa kanoka inuhingat nako kinyakhluit ukot kanoka ukot pulaqtitauqa pulaarurut inaurnun ukotauqa kanoka ikuallakkaming ikayorluit ukot kanok mitsaarvikpait tapkot ikayorugait ukot kanoka 200 tun kota kanoka ikakakluman na nunagputtaber tamat na mitsaarvit na bichwichut humilya ka taberlut taktay na ataramig na iglauro tapkot mitsaarvit pata nangit kirut tay nakunoy tamatkot na atokakigait agaraktot nagalunin inuit taberlo tay na tunagalani na mitsaarvit munakahibut taberlo tay na tamatkot na mitsaarani kaming tay na igilo kakurut tamani taberlo tay na lo ilitsarap kaya niya ako kanok igilaw ni kun wati taberlo tay na munaka niya kakibut tamatkot mitsaarvik pangitin na apkotingit mitsaarvik taberlo tam naptaw kamiti mik nunakaktot na munakahumibut tay kanut naglanin mitsaarving itikun taberlo tay naptaw na nunangit taman na nunakingit kalwahlugo aglan ing miktigun tay na taberlo tay na tunaglan tamatkot munakahakatakit kay nalit habaw takin niya kakatakit ka wanga taberlo tamatkot ikayo tilunga tamatko nga kap nun humun tamatkolo munak ing miktigun habak pakaktonik Fort Smith me taber tapkot naningit tutrikarnerait tay nalu taber kanoka mitchaka kaming na phone tun ito amik ilitsarap kakagait mitchalam magaita tay nalu tawak tabra kanok tamatkot na ilitsarap ka kubluta kawamauronun na atauchikun inuving me taber tamatkot tawak Mike Zutkom mitcharvea igilungat tawak taber tam na tutrikarnear rohlugo isumagigibut pangmapak taberlut tawak yellow knife tawak isumagimibut ilokanyiki tamatkot taber mitcharve taber ilitsore na tutrikarnear luit taberlut tay na kawamaurat matkot ubagut tamat ko mat mitchakvik pait mani kanawlu angalan ni ako tikrangat nagalunini na mitchakvik pimmakikakluit na angalalaw takluit mitchak patay na ilihimat kubluit develop ako na okakalaw kiga tamat ko at mitchakving nik munakrihurot ilihimarot munakrihurot lo ilihimarot tamat ko tabra mitchakving tamat ko ikayok kakuta tamat ko nga na tabra mani Northwest Territories ni tot GNWT tamat ko habaw takanya kahit mitchakving humipayak Tabra kaya nakpak kakti
Health and Social Services.
Una Health and Social Services midita ka karnaktok. Kata ka ikayoktit kanok ka habakto at ukat kanok habakto at 2016 mi una awlaktok Northwest Territories Health and Social Services miktay hugato na habaktit ikayoktit inung ukat NTH nika tay hugay dugot kanok habaktit ukat ikayaktit ukat inyong nun tamani humilya ka Regional Wellness Council niktay hugay ukat kanok ikayaktit ukat humilya ka kakaklulu nunakput NTH sa nika tay hugay na kanok ikayaktit klitomi ukata unaptaw ka akapiri ukata kanok malaritiliyoktit ikayokto at habakparawurut kanok iswakinyaklu kanok inuit ukata ikayoktit uhima ukata ikalone agaitin itama kanoleka ukakti ukata kanoka ukata pigibut 2019 mi ukata kanok unaptaka pigikputa ukat kanik kakahawrikun kolektot kanolekay
progress in addressing concerns related to cultural safety and anti-racism. We provide advice and recommendations
ukakti ukataw ka jimantuan ikayokti havak parakto ako na leadership council ukata hibul niya ugay ukata malekot liyokhluni ukata ikayok niyakto inyong nik una havak parak ukataw ka habak parawra ka ikakakluwi nunapting ni
Jiman Twanina Habaktok. Una Hebuneo Vika, Hebuneo Ronica, Piruta. Okota kanok na ko kilugita okota kanok ikayornek tot inyong nik habak para haktu tuli okota kanok kakaklununak puda ikayu hurit habang naktut taimarning itut kuyanak. Haver South mina kalang naktok kuyanak. Pahraka kakinyariga ukot kanok ikayonek pat ukot kavamat put kamavat kanok ikayok pati ukot ulek parak tot kanok ikayok pati ukot 6 months tun kanok habak parak nek ukot kanok ukot ulek parak tot kanok leka ikayornek luit ikayorigibut kuyanak anu tamna ukarman ukaringit ka una kanok ulek parak tot kanok ukot kavamat una ukot kanok ikayornek pati ukot kanok ikayornek pati ukot haperanyak tot haperanyak nika doktot Hayrari Catholic Chief First Nation West Point ukot Inuit apay kanok ikayornek pati ukot una ulek para mata ulek para matko haperanya hibelak to kanok havang mata ingming ni ka hava haktot kanok kanok ukot kavamatukot ikayungit ka apesroy kama kiulay kan nga nakuro kan kuyanak. Yellowknife North Middle kalang niyaktok kuyanak. Malaro talio kamap kapta kanok ukot United Nations niktai hugay ukot inita banaharug kanok ikayuing itchut kanok leka ukot malarong nika talonay self-government nit ukot wakariblugi ukot nuna kaktot tapkot dalini niktai hugay kanok hibun niyong mata kanok laka humigila ka ay chop tingo about tayo niya ukot self-government tun ukot ingming ka kabamalioktot. Unap daw ka kanok ka habaw takanyak pati tukot kanok. Wakakti ukot habaw takanyak pati tukot kanok ingming ni kabamalgit. Dam na publalak ka pigalok to kaglan habang nakirit. Kanok ka habaw taki badrung una kanok ka ikayoy badrung ikayok pat kanok inyong nik kanok ikayok pat inyong nik inyurot mani pisimi humila ka nunapting nunap put ikakaklaw ikayoy bat kanok nagkokinayak padrong kanok inyurot kuyanak. Nunakpun men. Ukot kanok okrokorot akitchok paraktut.
Okakti, tabra tamatkot aulatibut ismalugirakibut. Aulatibut ismalugirakibut angune ako tigiblugi. Tabraptok mani takeumi na pibait kibut tamatkot aulatibut. Tamatkot paulatok ulukaktok tuturaktok ilokanyikit wari $2.09 tam na kinyaranik atulilichut. Tamatkot ahin kuchikinya ko ting kasalitin na aulatingin na hapakanyak kiblugi awla kanayakto din na nakaduti lakidwat. Tabralutay na tamatkot din na hugin matun itkait. Nunakput tabrila ilo ataw lugo nunakpun mi na akihuhipiakto kinyune akanak. GNWT ukaw tigim marung man na. Tabralutay na tamatkot din na ikayok patigit okorotigun nagaluni kasalitigun tabertam naku nayaktok nalo hapakray payakay tinuit inyunayaktot angunayaktot nagaluni nugupayako apakruta kakarunga tamat kaninga apakruta kanelgitsunga Cam Lakeman okakte tabra ukot iglulikirot isumalut takinaktut tabra lutay na iglulikirot ni mani yalo naik mi na hapakanyak kipiak to kakihibluting akilirakrat in tukuni 2021 mi tabra tamat ko din na tuhakanaktot iglulikirit. Tabralutay na tamat ko din na muna karakrakagaluangit ikayo krakaluangit tamat ko din na tutkikanyak to iglimingnik nagaluni na igilokakanayak to tingmiktigun. Ikakakalaguman na Northwest Territories ni. Tabralukot ko yakparat kamani NWT mi na habagtuat. Tabralukot na 1980 tamatkot na ikayo kimagay tutkikanya mata iglumingnik. Tabralutay na tamatkuning ahwa matinginnik nagalunin kanuhakaw tinginnik ilungannik tutqikarmati kuyagaqparaliit kitka.
who is still working to pay off their public housing arrears.
Tabra huli tamatkuatin na atugaqpaqartut huli tainna taamna atukkating akiliyaarlugu tabra tamatkuaptaaq haperraqtut. Tabra lutainnaigluliqiruat maani NWTmi taitna tabra ikayoqraqaluangit tamatkuatit na haperraqtuat. Tabra taitna akiliirakranginnikit na igluqaqaniartuat ikihlipayaarlugu. 87 tun inuruaq tabra taamna qanorlu taitna ilaatni haperraleaqtoqingmi inmiptauqit na kiinaranigit na qaayuga lailiuttingit tamatkuat kiinaraqartualailjuni. Tabra taitnaptauq haperraleaqarmiuq. Qiinarpak uqarti.
Mampuimin. Kuyanak. Ukata inuita tamani inurata mani inaurani. Ukata havangitchat gavamani. Kanoka pinyak patukat kanoka medical travel. Niktai hugaita kanoka tingmirolukun. Aulagurot kanok pinyakpat. Ukot havangitchata gavamani kanoka health benefits nikta hugait kanoka ikayunaktot annaktot ukot inuit kanoka ikayakpatit ukot inuit annaktot kanoka pinyaktot haula kaming got medical travel miktai huat kanoka tabung haruka pimmata kanoka pinyakpat ikayonakpatit kanok got annaktot kanoka inya ugat pinyakpat kanoka ukayuchat taniktun kanok pinyakpat haperna kehuroka kanoka aulakaming tapgot inuit ugat una policy niktai hugait malerotaliut ugat kanoka pinyak ikayonakpatit kanoka ugat annaktot tamung haru kaulagurot annakaming kanoka ikayonakpatit ugat anu apekrifalang naktunga kuyanak. Tabachamin kalang naktok. August 2nd, 22. Ugot kanoka kakaharakun tuyukangani Trail Cross Treatment Center na ikayok tit ugot annaktot nagalunin kanok addictions niktai hugay ugot annaktot ingming nik tanganik nagalunin madihalong nik pirot una upkuangit tayo makanaktot ugot kanoka upkuangit kanoka Kanukukat kanuka ikayu what health and social service nektai hugay tukat ikayaktit inyong nun anyaktonan kanuka pinyakpat 2.5 years ukiutin pandemic kuna puvlaluk tamanin man kanuka Taiwan ngit tuyaluaktanga kanuka ikayunyaktot inyong niktain na una upkwakpan kakti kanuka ukot pinyakpat ukot Fort Smith mi ukot ikakaklu takinyuk nunapting ni ukot kanok ikayonek patij ukot una iglo trail cross building niktai hugay tuga iklok pak time na ikayoy hura tukot kanok Fort Smith mi kanonek pati utat tam na iglolok wakakti una ikayunyak tot inyong nika tam na atongak ato tigu tam na trail cross building miktay hugay tam na ato tigu nakunayak tok anugo pekri falang nekto nga Great Slave mi nakalang nektok koyanak una kanok got nuna batani havaktot kanok okayuhu putam na kanok got kanok havawtaranek patusrung kanok ikayonek padrung got Inuit got nuna batani havaktot kanok ikayonek karutukot diamond mine got 2030 kanok got taivika upkongit pingayan yaktut.
For our future. The economy of the NWT is dependent on a robust, prosperous mineral exploration sector and the subsequent opening of new mines. Currently, there are no planned expansions for the diamond mines. Therefore, our territory is about to become very dependent on the development of metal mines. However, we also know metal mines planned for this decade, quote, will only moderately offset the declining production of the NWT's diamond mines as per ITI's business plan. One hopeful mining project for the Northwest Territories is Osisko's Metals Pine Point site, which is projected to start construction in the next few years. Over the projected 12-year mine life, starting in 2028, the Pine Point project is expected to produce an annual average of 329 million pounds of zinc and 141 million pounds of lead. On October 13th, Osisko Metals announced the signing of an MOU with the Power Corporation that outlines the process of negotiating a power connection to the Tallston hydroelectric grid, as well as power purchase agreements. For several years, Tallston has generated between 3.5 to 8 megawatts of excess power, which has been underutilized. Mr. Speaker, we are a territory dependent on mineral resource development with a bleak economic outlook, increasing power rates, and yet we literally have power spilling over existing hydro infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, how can we ensure that Osisko Metals and other development projects in the South Slave region are incentivized to purchase this power? I will have questions for the Minister of ITI at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tuna Day Welday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the mandate of this Assembly calls on the Government of the Northwest Territories to build a productive partnership with Indigenous governments. The Premier, in the mandate letter given to the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources, wrote that I expect every minister to foster constructive and respectful government relationship with our Indigenous partners and to seek ways to advance reconciliation and recognize and affirm Aboriginal rights. The mandate letter also stated that it's critical to address the ongoing legacy of colonialism and devastating impacts that had on Indigenous people's culture. That's why it's hard for me to understand what happened yesterday in the Supreme Court of Northwest Territories. Gina Petit lawyers acknowledged that the search warrant obtained by ENR officers for a raid in 25OCT2022 in the First Nation culture camp at Tainani last month was issued without lawful authority. Plainly, Mr. Speaker, this means that ENR officers violated the constitutional protected charter and treaty rights of Indigenous people. There were 80 people there, including elders.
Kanoka taina nunaptigunik pakrak nalakto kama okakitaktonik na hugin matuni ilinik kangatiutin na okakaming wagulloka kanukuttuatim niya hugingin matun tangungit chogutu bagut. Tabalu tamat ko do kakati kami tigit tamat ko din na kayo niya pa yung kalawak. Tabalu tayo na inaurami ito at na kanok Inuvialuktun. Tabalu tayo na ilitso na hibunin mingi ing miktiwa kaming naloy malako talayanik nagalunin kano hakautik raming ilyakiraktod. Tabratam na pitkit kungit kalwakiga. Tabratamat ko din na aktuat taman na malako talayo ko ang itsut ilihimarunga. Kuya nakpag apakirifak na akto nga apakiri niya kekpan. Inuvialuktun like me. Kaya na ako kakte. Tabra wanga inyo kemarunga ilihimavlugit matko tutok kanat. O kakte. Tabra tamat ko din na takiruami na hibihiruami matko din na anniyakbing ni matkwado tokkanat pimarakigay. Tabar tamat ko aptawakit na kapinik hinigwing nigit na idlakan niya kalwaktod. Malakong nigtawak to hakanaktok tabar lutay na mani na inawram ni inyubing mi tamat ko din na ili tabertay na inuitit na inikrain matay tabraw pa hinigwing pilakakigay. Kanokit pagtawak na ing miktigun Inuvialuktun kanok isumatigibatit. Tabralutay na ilan ni hinigwakalay kay tay na ilangit hapakrakto ating miktigola koting. Ning miktigun hapaktola koting. Tabralutay na kafe ni karni ni ataw chime katigilait kibut tamat ko at mani Northwest Territories ni tamat ko tabra na alagit kihunun laka ikayo ko piakto nga. Tamat ko din na ito kanadit ikaguluit. Jordan's principle, tamat ko, tabri kayo, tamat ko at ikayo na payayakan nga. Naga ikayo na payakait, tamat ko din na ito kananik mo nakriro, tamat ko nga inikirangin inikirakaktuak tilugit, ito kanatin na. Kaya nakakti na handamin. Tabraw ko at tam na 19 22nd of March 7 mitokullaktuaq taimaallaktuaq taber tamna inna ila nilio kharilaq inyuk taber lutaina tamna apianga na taimaqqaaqunilahin taimalgilyuni taber oqaqti taber tauchimuhuguruktuote Fort Simpson me inna tamatkotinna ilangit munaqaniaqlugit qanoq qubeachayniaqlugit tabrana hapeqaniaqtuaq inyuhimi naatoqhimalgit kikput ikpakrapak tabralutaitna piaq na hapeqalaqmata tabrataitna tamna kukiulguruaq naluikayuyuaqtuaq kihunigleqa nutaqqamiñik tabrana ilaniluqqiqillaqiñuk tabralutaitna ilihimagikput tabratamna pigumaneangitkikput tabratamna itqagiwaqikput qanoq 6 itchakrat nutaqangit tamutkoptaaq malog na inyuqatingik tabralutaitna tabratamat taapkotinna pichaqpauraqigaadillangita nutaqangitalo qoyanaq
ukat pulaqtuat Diane Bales from Delaney got qanoq qaikafi quyanaqparaq ukat pulaqtuat tunidewulidemin ukat taqa Irish Catholic una qaikafi quyanaqparaq Laura Michelle taqa quyanaqaikafi Paul Bettina in ukat taqa YKDF in Paul Bettina quyanaq ukat qanoq qolaqaniaqtut reports of committee and rebuilt ukat Cam Lakeman qallangniaqtuq una Bill 48 and ukat taigullangniaqitka unaptaqa Bill 48 Arbitration Act miktaihuait maligotalioqa Bill 48 and got qanoq got atorneaqaatu na qanoq Model Act miktaihuait got qanoq maligotaliut 2 got qanoq maligotaliut piñaqait 1 to 10 got qanoq maligotaliut malingniaqait got qanoqliqa got 9 got una Bill 48 piligit kat qanoq maligotaliuqa piñaqaatuna uba una Great Slave Mina Piñera. Okay. Ukota ka kanaka hakuktot ukota pinyak tut kanaka Uniform Law Conference of Canada tamna kanaka katin mahurot humi kanaka ukat kanaka pinyak patit habaktot ukat ka kanaka pinyak patit kanaka habang mataw kot arbitration legislation nikaw hugat kanaka habaktot malero talunik. Unaptak 2011 mi una kanaka habaktot Uniform Arbitration Act in 2016 mi ugot malero talut maling naktot ugot kanaka habaktot kanok habaktot ugot kanok hapernyaktonik malero talut malik kangait Model Act mi tay hugay ugot una NWT tau ka habaw tari hugay ugot Act mi 1980 Bill 48 una malero taliok pihuga tuna 41 sections ugot ugot tau ka kanok malero taliut pihuwa tigit kanok malero tigit kanok ugot ka ugot interim orders miktay hugay ugot kanok malero taliut maling niakluitin ugot ka pipkar niakluit pipkar niakluit ugot kanok appeals ugot ugot apikrinyak bifarnet ugot kanok Supreme Court nik decision Supreme Court ugot hakitaktot kanok Supreme Court nik tahugay kanok ugot malero taliut kanok pinyak mating pinyak nak ugot kanok ugot Bill 48 miktay hugay ugot kanok ugot hakitaktot malero taliungit kanok nakukinyaklu habaw tari hugay ugot 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 malero taliut maling niakluit Model Act mi tay hugay NWT drafting ugot kanok malero taliut coming kanok tuniday wali dami
Trinity Willidim Kulelang Nelikaw na ilang kuleak tangako. Tabrap taok tamat ko at habaw taki kangit. Tabrap taman na malako talayangit. Tayo na itok. Tabrap tayo na ikaw angit kalawak tilugo. Tamat ko tabrap Labatam na malako taliulit kati taman na tayo na ilokani na malako taliokluwi na lo tayo na aglaktanigin na iliblugo. Tabalo tayo na kanok at na aglaktani iyan ni himaw hilyagagay tayo na kanok aglaktakigalwaklu. Tabalo tayo na taman na tam na tugule huli. Tayo na kanak tabalo taman na tam na pingit kat tabran ni malako taleni 48 mitam na pingit kat pilyaw ta ni aklu ilini aklu pigat tabalo tayo na inuwekto ni na aglakta ni tamat ko tabra ilyake magalawakait. Tabalo tayo na tap ko din na tam na malako talayak 48 Mani Northwest Territories ni.
A notice then given a notice and are consistent with other.
Kanalo tabra tamat ko din na ataw chimuk kimagay tamat ko at malako talit. Tabra tamat ko aptak tam na sisamangat 14 tam na aptak 14 mi agalaktak. Tabra ko din na katimaringita. Tabra tayo na yung migtiguntak agalaktanik ilyake himarot. Tabra tayo na igmigtigun ing miktigwal la hibliw itamatkot. Tabra naptawak tabra na ukakawit ukakpan inyuk tuhal la hibliw. Tap tumanim malako talemi 48 mitok. Tabra luptak tayo na alagiyup ko. Huwag niya kulun ni tabra tamat ko aptak kuyanakpak. Inuvialuktun like me. Tabra aptak ko kwatin na tabra tap ko bracket seed mitot. Tabra lo tayo na tunagalan kinyara nikit na kanito nagalan ilitsakigat. Tabra lo tayo na kanokitilag siya nga man na tamat ko alo taba ni takpaba ni Hakarug British Columbia mi tamat ko apta kaglaki magaytay na tam na malakatalayak 48 mi tabalo tayo na kaukliw rod matkot ang alachirit. Tabalo tayo na ing miktiwak to ang itchut. Tabalo tayo na alagi kabamangit ha. Tabalo tayo na tabo ni ukuna ni pakit tawdung na itchok tam na malako talayangat. Tayo na tawak tayo minihitam uma. Tabalo litchakirot. Mani territories ni. Tayo na. Tamat ko aptak tayo na malako talayak taman na pigin niya ang itkat. Tabalo tawag tamat ko din na ilitsura kakating nagwakanyak pa yung ilokating tamat ko alagit kawamaurot kating tam na ang nangit kat tam na lutabra tawag tamani na na alagit ko at alanin na kay marot tamat ko at kawa makaktol litain na tabrili sa kakol tatamat ko na nga tabralutap ko at kawa maurot tabratam na malakot alayak 48 tabrataw chikun katimaritukot tabralu NWT mi mani alani katimakataw himar tabralutam na ilitsura kakating minihitam na ilitsura kakaktiluting kaba minihitam tamat ko ilyak kanyangit kat tabra nakuarik parong MLA maprimem nulang nariga.
Got choosing an opt-out approach. Damna kanok pinyak padukot pingit chungit chot. Bihungit chot ay na kanok pinyak pat. Got daw ka malirot kanok pinyak to dukot kanok pinyak to dukot malirot dukot kanok maling niyak pati kanok opt-out nik tayo dukot bihungit shot kanok pivot dukot bridge malirot yung British Columbia maligugay tapkot government applying Bill 48 to family law malirot Bill 48 niktay hugado na kanok maling niyak patit kanok habaktin niyak patit ukot malirot ko na kanok atong matauna uminga kanok na ikayunyak pat kot kanok ikayunyak padukot tam na atong tiyo atong mati una kot daw ka ukot nutak kati ikayong mati kanok arbitrations tayo na bihugay to kanok habaktot ikayu hiwrat kanok laka kot ikayu inyaktot kot kanok nutak katayin kanok pinyak pat nako kanyak lugo habagur to kot nako kanyak lugo kanok nutak katayin ikayu inyak kaming nako kanyak lugo nya malirot kanok pinyak pat British Columbia tam na malirot kat maling niya na ukot kanok Bill 48 na una malirot ka maling niya padrung o nagalunin kanok ukot habaktot tama ni Atonek padrong. Ukot min nitata ukari lagkalwakato na Cam Lake min ukalang nektok. Kuya na class by class review na tautung got maliro taliw ka maling nera na got kanok Bill 48 na tayo makatut. Kuya na. Kuya na. Newt kalori ika una kanok pinyaklu na. Newt giga. Kuya na. Seconded by Twin Lakes min maliktok. Uba malikpagat. Pigat nakugigat. Kuya na. Ninakpun mi. Kaya ukarineriya ukat GNWT government. Ukat kanok carbon tax migtay hugay dugot kanok akilifarnek pat government nun kanok inyo nektot kanok haperanyak hirok inyo nekanak kuyanak finance min kiulang nektot kan akilifarnek carbon tax migtay hugay tuna kanok pinyak pat ugot kanok kiunyak pik kanok tapani haruka atok kangat kanok ugot inyo na kami pirok kaya nakanugo kifarneria nunakpun mi kaya kanok
people, private homeowners that are not.
Kanolugid matkot akilifarne ako tit ang activity. Kaya kakakti. Tawa tayo na huli alangong ichok man na himahong itikput kanok akilifa ako tit carbon tax na pinakayatan itun tawa tapkot akilifa ako tit pinyakang na himahong kahit pang mapak at irutuli pang mapak. Tawa lo tayo na tunaglanin na inuitin na tap tuma hapakaraktit pagitaw kilitsure pala gupta nakuna yaktok kaya nakpak tawa kanyak to kapkit mani Northwest Territories ni tawa tam na isumalugid lakiga pang mapak tawa tam na himmaha kanakirok tawa lo inyugek to na nutakakait Nutakakain yun, hapakraktit kigay tamat-kot nutakakit. Ing migtigunta kilok kakaniaktot, tabarlutay na tun, mani Canada mi na tamat-kotin na utaktichiniaktot, kinharanik hapakraktit kigay. Nutakakit, pibay kigay. Kaya nako kakte. Tabarlutay na ilihimagibot. Ilihimarut kihula katay na akyang niya kang iti na tamatuma utaktichiniakto at kinyaranik kawaman carbon tax nik pirakit utaktichipakaniakto at kulani taptuma taxum. Utaktichikaming tay na kinyaranik tam na huli ilakranga utaktichiniakto at kaya nakpak. Kaya nakpiko kakte. Minagput min. Kaya nako kakte. Tabrawa ko to ataramik ka ublutuak. Tatkakayun na alango man tamara. Tamat ko ato kaybut alango tuak hilapta hapakraktit takigatigut. Tabratam na akilipakon kinyaranik matkot kawaman. Tabralutay na tunagalan matkot ilokain niya kay yalo na minagalo ni satu mitabrata matkot o kaya matigitay na tabra uwagutit na tamatkot mani territories ni tabrataman na apakraktit piyakati ko tupagot. Tabra tayo na huli, tayo na inyo na yung itsugot. Kaktuleanik tugot pang mapak. Kano ko ting tabra tam na alangul himahul ako galawagay, na isang matigil ako galawagay, nagalo niya kano tamat ko atin na pi ako galawagay ka. Tam na ki akilipakon. Kaya nako kakte. Tabralutay na tamat ko atin na kakatigakalugit na galuni tabra tay na tabra nunakput ni tabralutay na himaharo niya akoptigo tabra tap ko atin na ilitsarap kakanayakit ka tamat kinyaranik mo nakridot tabra nga tay na ikalawak tungagalan to kalakakami tay na kinyaranik mo nakrironik. Tabraw na ili tuwa nakalaktok o kaktuak kuyanak. Here south me. Kuyanak o kakti. Tabraw na itchakra ni tatkakayuti ni tabra sikuy kakiligitsok. Tabra tam ko di sumalugi pelakit kapang mapak. Tamat ko di na ilitsakanik pat kano ko na aktilakrang ulin ni aktilakrang man na nunakput. Ilihimabihi ilitsakanik pihi nagalunin kuyanak. Tabra na ilitsakap ka lang niakit ka apakrutanganik. Tabralo ENR ni wagudun na nakarutinig nagalunin nuna nagmunakrirogut imanik tabratap kodit na tamat kodit na ilitsaka niya kakibot ataramik kano ko na taman nalo imak na ugto kaklugo nagaluni kano ka ulin ngurak magan nagalunin ulin niyangin magan na uaptik kutak tayo na muna kanya kayo putam na litsa kanya aklugo. Tamat ko lo kano tinagalan maptuhin niya aktilakrang itamat sikut. Kuyanak. Here was out me. Tabray lakan huli tam na pigalawak tilu tabra huli ulit to akto pinakamay. Tabralo tayo na tinaglanin na isumatikap ki. Tamat ko hati na malako talakraniki na malako talyaniki na ilyakit ko galakit katapkot muna kit kabulugit ulin ni akpan. Kuyanak. Tabralo hindi himat na uwago din na isumiyo ko tigalo ako tigo uwaptik ko ang itsut. Na hilam ing mikwaktok tao hilaman na. Tabralo tayo na tao ka matko at ilokainig muna kay galawa ko tigit. Muna kay galawa ko tigit kano ko nekto at matko din na tabra kano nalunaktok tayo na pangmapak. Tamat ko atin na ulin niya akto upinakahapag tayo na isumatigin niya kikput nalurugot ki man na hila nalugigput pang mapak kanok niya tilakra nga. Kuyanak. Tabrawa ko nakapiyo katamani nagaluni o kakayo aglan alungo ko na yung kikput tabrawa. Tabraw ko at munakit ko piyakluit tayo na ulin niya aktuak nagaluni kanok ataramikit na ulit taktuak isumalugiblu. O kakte. Tabraw na minihitak. Minihitak ko na matkuning ilitso ka niya pa. Kamila kayo kay baka no na aktilagrang inyik. Here me. Kayo nak. Makamin. Hunigla ka munak riram matkuning nunamik nagaluni imanik nakarutinig tam namin hitarok tap ko na ni. Tabralo tayo na iditso kanya akto takpabang takpabakot Alberta mi inyo ni aktot nagalunin iyan at matkuad mo nakriro tayo na kano ko na aktilakrang upinakami iditso kanya kakibot. Tabralo tayo na tamat ko na umiktit siya marot tamat makaralaroanin kungnin. Kugit tayo na umikta kakagay. Tayo na ko tingnan ni ulit taktot matkot ulit taktot nunat. Kaya nakpak. Kaya nako kakte. Tabrawa ko din na isumagilak po na. Tabralo tayo na kano na aktilak rangit nagalun niya kano kaya titing ilihimagay. Kanolo tamat ko di kami laki ok takpat nagaluni mo nakribot tayo na ulin ni aktonik. Tabi kaya kirakto din yutin na nagaluni kaya kitikrangin niya ginyut kanolo ni aktilakrangan tam na inikput. Una hair river tabi tamat ko din na apkatak pangit na apkatak pangit na hanaya kapatigit ulit pantam na inawrak po tayo river. Kaya nakakakte. Tabi tamat ko din na kilamik ilitso kay rakakto at tamat ko nga ulin ni aktonik. Tabi ataramik tayo na habaw takik puto na. Tabralo tayo nakatimaraka ko tayo na tamat ko ito kautigibluit. Ilitso kanya ako taki nakinla ka, kihula ka tayo nakamata. Tabralo kilame niya na ikayo huluit. Tayo na ulit kalawaktin na ko. Tabralo tayo na isumatigibang tayo na apakirayaro. Kaya nakakakte.
Hukata health apikrilang nekto nga minihita mo na health and social services mo kano ka ukot kanok about the version una health and social service minita ko na 2015 me ukot kanok long-term care mika daihuga dinyaite ay mavingat kanok ikayunyak pat 2020 me ukot bihungin yakwat nagalunin Inuit weekly route kanok pinyak to tam tapani hining farming thing me got ninyait ay mavingat kuyanak got pilot project nik daihuga to na 2020 got kanok kanok habang nek to kanok tamna kanok ko na pivat habak patuli o nagalunin habang ayakpat kuyanak health and social services na minidak ugot kanok tamna paid family pilot project mintay hu uktoanek pinyak tot kanok ugot 30 nika Inuit adonera tamna kanok pinyak pat tautu
The reason I'm asking is, I've had
ugot kanok apirunga tamna kanok habang niyak patit kanok pinyak patamna kanok ugot inawar nita nunagpudikakak lu pinyak kato na pilot project Kenya rakarakalok tut ugot kanok manikaralok tut tamna havak tilu taiku kuyanak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my past career,
Tabra ilan ay panin haba kakalak to ang tapti mga ilihimarunga una ukot kabamat kanang hoting tayo na katimarot kanang luta matkot ang alat patigit ukot kuchik to ami na munakiriro at matkuninga kaya nakokakte tabra ukot inauralani hakut takigay tabra lutay na uktoake magalawaktut uktoake mabluting nagaluni uktoake magalawaktut tabra ilokan atungikat hulitam na uktokautikting yellow knife north me kaya nakakakti tabra na apakir takil lang neriya 2022 me kanto nagalan tap ko na isagutin niya parang tam na kaya nak Honorable Premier kauklek ko na kiulang niya tabra na September 2020 me tabra tam na buwakla ko nakpigalawak tilugo tabra na ilitso ka niya kiga matkuati na ilitso ka huktot ilitso ka kakanelang niyakit ka September me na ukakay mikakput ukakay faneli tikput tam na Kanakulutait na tabraptaw ka katimamiro utun unno pagka ekpakrak katimakati mikat ka tap ko dilitso kanya kapta tabraptaw na ing miktigon ka ba makaktot daw kilagib-lugay kaya naka on premier uro ko na kauklak kaya nako kakte tabraw na tabra MRU mik kilamik pinyari lo arik put tabra tam na tap to mga ungahik matun itok kakuwa glan tam na pipka kaniak padung nagaluni sagutiniak padung ilihimabit kauklak kaya nako kakte tabraw na apasuta nga tabralutay na ingmiktiyon ka ba makaktot kano kaniak tilakang at nagaluni kano kakauting at na tao chikuak tugot tabralo uwanga na tam na pinya piahlu pisakaiga kanakalu tamat ko ding miktigun tao ka isumamiktigo akmiut tabalu tam na malakong nikin na nagaluni pingahunik ang nga kanayak patap ko nga piyuk tanginyik malakong nik ka angal lahong naktugot kaya nakakakte tabraw ko na 2015 mi nagaluni na tap ko na angal lagluit pinyak takrangit angal kalawat kagalaktanik angaw kalawakibut aglan tam pikakput nalurugut kanok malawatalayak man na pinyimagan tabray lokating tap ko pingahuro dit na hibunyok dit dahil na ko tatam na malawatalayak na angyak tingit kikput aglan tabray tamut ko malong malakog tap ko malakatalakin na ang ako galawakik ka. Tabro nga una hibo na kikiput pang mapag. Kanakalo tabro 22 ukiw ni tabro tam na ukto ti himagikput. Kaya nako kakte. Honorable Premier, kauklak, tabertam na naga, taberlutay na ilokatatay na katimariti bagut, hibun mun aw laki alawakap tayo lahat niutin mo kakaktugot. Tamat ko din na tutkayo tikrawo tutkayo liwit.
Slave.
Kaya na una apekroy lang niya ITI Minister of Mining tam na minitak kanok kaukat government kanok tao kanya pat Tulsan Hydro Project miktay huwet imakun havak bait hongaronika havaktot koyanak NTPC una hongarak bait havak tari hugay kanok havak pat katitsukalaartunga taapkununga inuita havakkanga taamna taamna mik taaptuminga hydro project mik taihugatuna imakun hangarak painik havauttarahurot havakurot ukotauqa qanoqa ukota talsin mik taihugaita taamna imakun hangarak painika aulaqihurot ingne qaqtot qiyanak great slave mina qiyanak ukota mini taqana uqaqin lakkamyung taamnan qiya hukkaluaq tunga aglan unaptaqa ukota qanoqa metal mining ukota diamond mining atani nunaptingnin havaktot qanoqa kavamat taamna ikayoqpatit qanoqa 7 to 10 taina atongmating huniaqpatit qiyanak upkoangit kiga taamna qanoqa havangneaqpatit diamond mine mik taihugaita una nunapantani havaktot qanoq havauttaqallarput huli na ukota metal mining taina uyaarnik havaktot nagalunin uyaaringitsuat qanoqa havangmat malerataliortot qanoqa ukota katinmata qanoqa taamna uqaravlugu qanoqa haguta havangnearpatit taapkota qanoq uqarehugaikka ukota qanoqa havaktot taina nunami tani havaktot qanoqa ukota ilsoartuakun uqaruhinga uqareu qiyanak taikuna kiukamnga qanoqa taapkot mining mika nunamatani havaktot qanoq havangmata taina taapkot havauttari kamirung una inuit nunamatini havangnearpatit ukotangungitsat qanoqa havakaming tauqa nakuruakun havaguurt qiyanak ITI min kiulangnertoq taamna nutaaraloartoqaglan ukota aglaguting aperriñartut apply taina application tun tainarugat ukot aglaguting aperriñartut qanaqa iliharneartot qanaqa ikayorlugittauq ukata ilihaw mata ukata ukata ka kanoka ikayoni ikayuiniaktot kanoka ukata ka ilihaarniartot ikayarluit qiyanak uka unaptaqa taiku kiukamnga ukataqa atorurataap tuminga qanoqa aperruihuunernik qayinaqa unaptaaq mediumik taihuat qanoqa aperruirat qanorleqa nag maqpiaakunnaagaluinin qaqqihaarakun aperruihuurat ukata tangungitsota ukata una pigat qanoqa qanoq piñaaqpatukut qanoqa annunamatani malortiliortuata qanoqa piñaaqpat quyanaq ukataqa qanoqa kiulait kaloariga una qanoqa havaktuata ukata qanoqa ikayuiniartuata qanoqa ukata nunamatani nunamatani havaktuat qanoqa ikayuiniaq pitigut qanoqa ukata havakpauraqalaartut ukata qanoqa taaptunu taaptu kununa taina havakkaluartut tamna havaqa nakurukun hivunniartuq quyanaq tabachamin qallangniartuq quyanaq minitaqa tamna Munachri, Minister of Health, qanoqa tamna Fort Smith Trail Cross Treatment Center qanoq hoqa anmangitpa qanoqa uqaqiniaraat una ukata qanoqa Inuita taamungaqtuata Trail Cross mun miklirok qanoqa ukata atungitkatamna Trail Cross qanoqa tabachamin qayanaq qaqti qanoqa piñaaqpat ukata qanoqa piñaaqpaticha ukata Trail Cross Center tamna qanoq atorniaqpatut qayanaq una Trail Cross ukata qanoqa ukata tamna Trail Cross Fort Smith itqaigaloaraata qanoqa tautuktuaraat qanoqa havangniarpatit habag niyak patigit kanok trail cross na kanok atoko niyak patigit kuyanak. Minita ko na kanok tam na kanok gat atoko niyak patigit nagaluni na kanok inuita kukat kanok pinyak pat una kanok hunak pati time na trail cross kanok nalurung kanok hunak pati time na kanok pingichud malaro talingchud kanok tap tuminga trail cross kuyanak kanok tam na minta ka about takay nakpi about takay lugu tam na nakokiliw maybe atok nakpati tam na kanok kuyanak ano malaro taliw tam katimak luda tam na about the kanyari pit kuyanak 6,000 without 3,000 ukwat habak
3,000 dun. There were good 1 or 5. Nagaluni 5 tayo nito naglato tamat ko kabamani habak tot ilihimagit ka. Tabraw ko na ilichurep kala vitigutun minga munakriro amin nagaluni kayo huro amin inyong nikwirakpak. Una tabra munakriro kay na munakrihurak tamat ko nga habang itsuanig tabra minihitang ito na. Tabra kay tayo na GNWT na kanito nagalan kaya nikit na akiliraw kangit. Tayo na ko tabra tamat ko na matko na ilihi choy kaptigit habak tuat tabar tayo na ikayo niaktuanik na ikayo gutinik bilait kibut tabar lo tayo na huli tabar huli tayo na kamakitsulait kalawakibut kamakita kayo tap na pigiblugo. Tayo na tabra tamat ko na matko na habangit kubit kihenik nagaluni habag kubit kanok ilitsura niya kayait kanit nagalan na akiliw haktan nagaluni tabra tamat ko dilyo kanik tayo na pinyakakayat. GNWT kanito naglanit na tawa GNWT din na ukakti kanakolo tawa tamat ko atin na awlar ay na maligtak to din na mat ko nga nangituanik nangituat maligtakayat mat ko dis ukaw tigilaw kiyaptak kanok tamat ko di kayo ko batigit tayo na maligtak to at anaktuanik tamat ko aptak ikayo raktugut Edmonton me tamat ko tait na ikayo kluit ikayo ay tap ko dit na ikayo irot mat kuning habang ichonik nagaluni maliktaktonik anertonik kuyanak arigat wala nakuha kanya kigatam na tabralo tait na kanok tabar tamat ko nutakakaktot mat na nutakakaktot akanat na awla kaming na tabar tamat ko di kayo ihuwat tamat ko ni nga tamat ko di kayo kuwatigit kaya nako kakte tabar tamat ko di na tam na malakotalian itok $4 million to na atok kemari tamat kuno nga maliktaktot na maliktaktot anertonik tabralo tamat ko tawak nutakanginik ing miktigun na awlaw resort akawrot na nutakawrating takpawangaw matigit Edmonton mun nagalunin awlaw tirakakamating na tamat ko di kayo hindi rakakagayt kaya nak mamprimin kaya nak kanito naglan tamat ko GNWT mi hawak tot kanito naglan kinyawanik ay trabatit nagalunin muna kayo batigit ukakte tabalok na akiliritikranik pakaktot GNWT mi habaktit kaya nak Cam Lake min kaya nak ukakte tabaw na pasiruta lang na kaya ilulakiruanik ilulakiruanik minihitak tabaw kanito nagalanin na kanok ang lata ka batigit utok kanat matkot kaya nako pasiruta kakabit tabaw na malakatalabot o kautigil lang niyakit ka tabaw ko himaw hekta ka niyakibot tabaw tamat ko din na himaw hekta ngit kibot ilokan tay na ato kakikput tam na akikaktot kinyawanik akililaktot iglumiktigun tabaw tam na Mani Northwest Territories ni tabar tamat ko din na ilitsurikat ka kanito nagalanin na huramik kutsiktuanik kinyaranik na atuak pakaktot tamat ko din na ingmiktigun igilokaktot utok kanat kanok tabar kanito nagalanin na pinya akilya niya kalwaklo akilya kakigat kaya nakakte tabra wagutin na tamat ko din na habakatagan niyo rakakayawat tamat ko din na kinyaranik na tuwak palit tabra luptak tayo na ukiwtuwa man tayo na tabra ikayok tuwa kakayawat tabar tayo na 4% dun tabar tayo tinagalan na akili crowded iglumingnik tabar mga mani na ikipektok kinyarat nikit na akilirakrat iglu kaktuanin iglo kakto ni kaya nako kakte Cam Lake min ukakti tabra ukot tam na ilichokanya kaptiwo tabra Northwest Territories ni utokanat tabra avanga tam na avanganik kinyaraming ay na pencha kaming na utokanao kaming kinyaranik ay chokakayat kavamatap na tabra avanganik akilirak tut iglaming $300 tut kyak tabalo tam tait na kanutun kyak pingahunik na punik na tabra tait na tunaglan nakikraming ay piraktut tabra na tap ko na tunaglan utokanat tait na akiliru krangit kalawaktut tabra tam tabra himau he kalawaktin nagu tabra tap tuminga tait na tunaglan.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for housing and
Igilula karani unamin yung hitangat. Tabraw na kita kani itugut pang mapak. Tabraw tap ko din na nakuarit ka, isuarit ka, uwam ni isuarit ka. Tabraw tayo na tawak tabraw tamat ko din na kafe ni. Kafe ko ako tayo na kanyakto akibot matkot kanitun akilira kaktot. Tabralo tayo na ilitsot kublugit tamat ko na akiliyak paktot avanganik ay na akilirutingin niya kavamani kinaranik piraktit utok kanao kaming kaya nakpak. Cam Lake min. Kaya nakakakti. Tabra 487 tutek. Tabra 661 tun mani yellow knife meat tudaglan. Alat tamat ko 400 hipalik tabra tabang ito dinaran ni. Tabra tamat ko din na igilokakto ding miktigon. Tabra lo tait na tabra yung miktigon igilo nila itchut. Kanok tamat ko at angalat chirakabihi tap ko nga. Tabra tamat ko at habak to at huli na tamat kinyara nikit na akilini akto at ako atugak pang mingnik. Tabra lo tait na tunagalan tabra na akilira kra ting ilitsokan niya akluit piraki wadawaptik kun. Tabra lo tait na tamat ko atuwak paligit igluting na hawak tilagay kaya nak.
Timber Bay.
Ukakti Timber Bay una ugot Timber Bay Inuit atorugat una ingilyak ni hak ugot kanok tam na torugat Inuit tangung chod ugot torugat una ingilyak ni hak ugot kanok atorugat tam na September mi ukiupak kanok tam na inyu nervik tamna kanoka inyu tamungarluting hakutarinia lugita kanoka ukot wildlife officers niktai hugay dukot havagura taina tamani inaramik ukot kanoka ukot apekroolortonga ukot kanoka taina hakutaranak patiti kuatap kot inyuita aimavemni kanoka ukot apekruilyang neriga una ministaka nunaptingni kanoka ukot habernyapelak dudukot nunaptingni itot una environmental resources sama mini takona apekruilyang naktok unaptoka ukot an hour mika hipanika takhigaloktot kanoka havang nakluting tapkot tingmirolang mika tamungaktot kanoka kanokukot havakta ilokatan 470,000 kanoka bigaloktok napak ublupak 62,000 mika tainaitok kuyanak ukot mini taka pihungitsoka kanoka ukot kanoka tabungaktot kanoka pinyak kanoka ukot tamani aimabemni itot kanoka kanok kiuvinga kuyanak kanoka ukot kanoka pivotig ukot ukot angunaktot tamani kanoka swakto kun bingit kat kanoka angunaktit iktangokluki tapkot tutut nakuro kun iswaki nagalokto kaglan pingit tapkot kanoka nakura kuntam na havaglak puta yuhima ukot tutut aglinyak tut kuyanak ikpakrak na kanoka kakitarmata Supreme Court nikta hugay do kakinarmata kanoka piva ukot kanoka ukot
Minister responsible for environment and natural resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've already said it once, I'll say it again.
ukot kanoka habang nakpati tukot kanoka inyong ukota tamna anguniartuttao ka tamani amavingani pigathuli
Piharingikkat.
tunidewilide kiulangniartut kanoka tauchikun havangniarpihi kanoka ukota kanokhavaktuat tamna ukot minitakona kanoka ay mabimnun ukot ukhakkitaktuat tuot tapkot anguniartut kanoka taina pigaloartuanga aglangnika tuyoraluaq qapku ukot kanoka qanuffaarniarpik qanuffaarniarpika humika piniarpik qallautinga quyanaq Twin Lakes akehoqpaurartoqana qanoqa Inuvialuktuni taamani iniptingni taapani umingat oqa una aperruiñaartun aperruiñaarigauna ukattaaqa qanoqa akilliniartuat mikiklilugu qanoqa ukata inuita ikayorniarlugit qanoqa piñarpihi qanoqa ukata Premier una kiulangniartut una ukata NWT kaaqarlu nunakput qanoq ikayorniarpitigit ukata qanoqa Inuvialuktun qanoq akillivaitsoq qanoqa Inuvialuktun qanoq ikayorniarpatigit ukata inuita manitsuat qanoqa Inuvialuktun qanoqa ikayornaqqilutukat qiyanaqpa qiyanaq uinap taqa kuata una ukata qanoqa ikayorniarpatigit ukata una ukata akiliffaarnaq carbon tax niktayhugait qanoqa ikayorniarpigit ukata inuita taamna taamani aimavingni qanoqa ikayorniaq ikayorniarpatigit ukata qanoqa Inuvialuktun qanoq qiyanaq una Premier kiulangniartoq qiyanaq una Kanoka pinyak pati nita kanoka ukat inyo na kaming akichok parak tok inyo ita ak nunapting ni kakaklu nirikput akichok parak tok kanoka inyo na kon. Kanok leka kat ikayor na kalawari ikput aglan haper na kirok. Kanok maning ni kay chifar kalawari ka aglan kanok inyo ita habang tariblugo katay kayo nakirit kihulda ka tamaray kakarlugo nunakput Inuvialuktun Lake na kaya apekri niyak tunga aglag kalawarit ka kanok apekri niyak lunga carbon tax na kat akilifak na kavamanon kanok ikayor na kirat itu kat inyit kanok ukat tau kat akilyak kanok akilifak na kuna kavamanon kanok ikayor na kirat kanok inyo niyak togo ubagut iglubut kanok inyo iglokak to ikayor na kaya Honorable Premier, okay. Ugat greenhouse gas emissions. Ukhororonik pidrot ugat kanok agraligat puyangat kanok kakipag na naga utak kanyang itsuga angir niyak to kuyanak pinyak niyak pihi uminga kanok ikayor niyak pati tukot ikakak lagut inyuit kanok ikayo niyak piti ukot haperanyak kibelak to kinyo niyak ay mabimnin nagalunin tamani ikakak lagut unanunakput kanok ikayo niyak pat ukot kabamat kanok kuyanak ukot inyo niyak tot kanok ikayor niyak alwari kikput kabamatuna kanok ikayo niyak alwak tut kihumulaka ukata ka kanok minyaloy kikputa una kanok ay mavita kanok kanok kayo na kiritinita haperanyak parakta kanok ay mavita una tinaklit kanok kayo na kirit kanok kwata haperanyak haper Kinak. Una education culture point ugat tutko Kalor Aurora College 2023. We've got
Kaya nakakakti. We've got idlakaw pat nuktitanak parunguna. Pero na hibulak mik una tayo na pating tuglia tayo ni aktok. Pero kilokani yung tap ko tao chikunin na 3 33 din. Inuvialuktun Lakes akapiraw lang na ito ko mini alanig hiwan niya pata.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you.
Cam Lake me. Deborah got 33-1932. Deborah Bill 48. Deborah got Matakotalani 48 me. Deborah tamat got Deborah taman tamat ko nga nunaptigun na galunin nagalutitigun hibula miktam na okay lang nagat.
I now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to resume consideration of Committee Report 33-19(2), Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment Report on Bill 52, Elevators and Lifts Acts. Members, last week we concluded general comments, voted on the first motion and the second motion had been called. There was a motion to report progress before debate had
got Kinyari put. Got when I put 6.2 Ukat
Tabraw ko nuktitakrat. Nuktitakrat taglan tuglak kakane nudilait kay. Kaya nakakte. Nunakput mi. Tabraw na 302-19 bracket 2 tabraw tam na nudit kablo pilya kiga tabraw kut nunakput tabraw na malako talaga ito niretso ko na kaya nakakakte tabraw kut kaya parang technique tam na nudit kat nunakput mi tabraw na mani kabamarot tabraw na ilokan inuit kihulakan nalagto krangat nagaluni di tsakara krangat tabraw kot inuit ilokating tay na ang parang tabraw lo tamat kot na nalauti piyakalugo nudakrak apakiro takakam pata nagaluni ang akpatay lakating nagaluni nagaktok pata tabraw na kangit tikat government Northern Territories ni tabraw na tight na section 13 min ito una tabraw na kaya nakakakte tabraw na ilokating hungit parang tabraw nagangit pata tam na kangtikat nunakput una kawamarot Northwest Territories ni tabraw 122 ubloni tam na nuditakrarok kaya parang tam na hungit parang tap ko nagaktot pan tabraw tam na tabraw kot tabraw 33 tabraw kot kaya giligin niya ka tabraw tam na tamat kot ang alatakrat tap kot namunakrirad nunakun nagalunin nakarutitigun tabraw tam na kaya gigat tam na malako talayak 52 mi
All right. We'll move on to
Bill 52 mi mun pilyang naktud tabraw kot una wakati lakuga mga minihitam mun hunigila kahabak pangnik minihitam mun ubane 2022 mi kate makapta matkodin na tamatkodin na nugtitakrautit nugtitakabut mani Northwest Territories ni tabraw tight na inuit ilokainig naraktaktot na ilitsakat kablugit
Northwest Territories currently regulates elevating device under the
tabraw kot na tamat ko nga na kangak ti tayo hurot matkwalo tabraw tayo na tabraw na malako talayak kanok itna angalatakrat pinyaktilakrangit. Tabalu taitna tamna malakotalea malakotalea krak pingit panit na imaw hilyagat. Tabalu una tabrani itna huam matakaktuamik itnalo na patakaktuamik tamna ili kangat. Tamat ko itna alag itna malakotakraletit na kanokolo tamat ko itna malakotaletit kihumun angalan neaktilakrang itna ilitsure kakalugit. Tabalu katimarit itna ingmikti utak taitna. Tabalu utak taitna ilitsure neaktuat ilitsure kakalugit. Tabalu taitna katimarot ukot. Tabalu taitna tinagalan. Tabalu itna ilitsure huktunga ilitsure huktuanan. Ilitsure hukufit na utak kanyari but kuyanak. Isak tilaki tap ko di kayo nekang ikayo tigin nekang ijuma. Ikayo tigin nekang ijuma. Ang iroanik minihitaw ang iroanik habanik minihitam. Isak isutilak kay tukot.
Una miditak kayaktit. Julia. Alison Scott. Kayudit katapra. Kata kanoka malakotalit pinyakpat. Economic Development Committee tap to me Bill 52. Ika tam na nutang at Bill 52. September 28, 2022. Ukat tayo ka nga kanoka. Tayo ka nga na kuyanak. Apekrinya kirok. Got anu pinyarat page 1. Una class 1 to 5 to na got tayo krat 1 to 5. Class 11. Got nakoribat. 26 to 30, you got 31 to 35, you got nakoribat, bagit. 41 to 45. 46 to 50. 51 to 55. 56 to 50. Got na kore bait. Una pingahatay. Albertistan lipsak kuna tayo nakuging nakat kuyanak. Ay.
Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 48, Arbitration Act. I will ask the Minister of Justice to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to present Bill 48, Arbitration Act. The current Arbitration Act was enacted decades ago and has had few amendments since that time. The Arbitration Act establishes the default terms of an arbitration agreement made between two parties. Many powers that an arbitrator possesses in other jurisdictions are not currently available in the Northwest Territories, meaning arbitration is currently a less attractive dispute resolution mechanism in this jurisdiction. This bill is based substantially on the Uniform Arbitration Act, which was adopted in 2016 by the Uniform Law Conference of Canada. The Uniform Law Conference of Canada provides independent analysis and recommendations for the harmonization and reform of laws in Canada.
Got piniyak pati got Arbitration Act nagtay hugay got una malaro talyak got malaro talyak got nagawa kibat got la society migtay hugay na kanok pinyakat nakugibat got kanok it kaginari patigit
Voluntary.
Ukakitalo kating matkwat mani Northern Territories ni ikayutaw nili tsuktam na. Tabraw na ang malaki tap timiga. Kaya nak ukakte. Isirir ukpit ikayok tikrakanik. Kwak tabra inyuk isutil lakay ikayok tikraw tingik ikayok tingik uma tabra Brad Pastor minyitak unaptak kuhen tabra na unaptak hawap ko ni kayok tikaw kwak tabra lutay na tabra tamat ko na Havati gun nagalunin inyuk tigun tamat ko tap ko kayuti kak tap kung ning kaya na tabra Bill 48 na tabra malakotalayak 48 March 30th 2022 me tabra tamat ko tin ilitsa kanya takraw tibut kanakanyak tilahe tap ko malakotalani 2000 tabra tap ko utok kanat utok khay tamat ko malaka talaga kalawang tabra tait na tabra lo tamat ko na Inuvialuktun kati maringita na ilichore kang tabra tamat ko 2022 mi tabra tamat ko na tabra lo tait na ilichore pao fluid bigay tabra na ukot malaka talaga ni 48 ni tok tabra lo tait na tunay tabra ingmig tiun tok tabra ingmig wala rokinyuk ikayok takaw kumi kuyanak Bill 48 mi okaripaw ko pating okaripaw ko mirung tam na ilichorep kalaktiut tabalutay na una tabala malakatalayak one ataw hek malakulo ni Pingayot una minitak wani ukot ukakitak to ni Bill 48 mi tabertam na tamat ko din na ito ay gumitit pirakrangit di tapkop tak tabra tait na tabra tamat ko din na ilichakap kakaluit mat ko kano kitilang tam na tabra tap tuminga ahin nilaki tam na ilichakat kublugit na galunin ilichaka huklunga kano kiritisangan nik
The motion is in order. To the motion.
Malakatalanik tam na nutitakrak kanakat pao na tabra tap ko din na ilakahe magkabot tabra tap ko alo na itut na ikakahluman na ilitsokidakrat ilitsokanyaktit nagaluni ilihaktonik tabra tam na malakatalayak 48 mik tabra lo tamat ko din na alangulak kumirong alangula niakat tabral tak na ilichara hemakangat tabratam na malakatalani tuak kanakan mani Northwest Territories niptak itok tam na malakatalayak tam na 48 tamat ko na ilichara niya lao lugit kanokitilang tamat tait na malakotaliyo kaming tabra ingmig tiguntak tait na alat huli na tabra tait na ilichara bela kako ting tam na malakotaliyo kraw pan na tam na piginyakat 1988 mi tabra UNW tawak taberta ilagigay tapkot kaya nako kakti pero ko sisamangat talimangat luni tabra ko hungin yak parang ko katimarit hungin parang 16 to 20 16 min to 20 munaglan at tauchum ko kuming tap kuninga tabra ko hungin parugtam na malakot talayak 36 to 36 min 40 mo naglaan. Tamat ko tabra agalaktat kulalagay. Tabra lokating tap ko tuwinyak pat yung 51 min 52 mo naglaan. 56 min 60 mo naglaan. Tabra lokating tap na huwinyak parang 56 min 70 mo 73 mo naglaan huwinyak parang. Tabra na una okakatak to nagmuna kriroak minihitak. Tabra na tabra lutay na kanok hakaw tikrangati nawra ni tot nagaluni inakpang ni tabra 1983 73.1 mi tabra tam na 1988 mi tabra taman na ilikangat malaka tulak tabra lutam na alang ulakangat alamig ilyakabiluting tabra lutay na tawak lutam na himaw ilyakangat tabra lutay na tam na ilihaktot hungit parang tam na tamat ko din na alagi ko din na malakotalianik hungit parang tam na taberta tait na tamanga nagtitakrak kuya parang ilakating nagakakpan tam na tabre 73.1 hungit parang tam na
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill 48 be amended by adding the following after
74 Munaglan 74.1 tabraw na ilihaktot na malakotangat na 1988 mi tamat ko din na pimagat kayanak nagangit pa rin tabertam na kangak titakat 74.1 hungit pa rin ilokating tabertam na ilokating hungit pa rin tam na class 76 tabertam kuli tabraw na nutit ko kaya tam kwat 76 tam na tayo na idlaglugo 76-1 tabraw ilokating inuit tuharak rangat malakok tugliak Arbitration Act tam na 62 1988 tabrap ko 1988 mi tamat ko din na malakotalangit 40.5 bracket 2 tamat ko 41 42 tamat ko tabrap tayo na aglaktangit na malakotalangit tabralo tayo 1988 mi NWT mi tam na luwi sa mga lugo tam na tayo na kuyanak hungit parang tam na nugtit ka nuktitaanelikat. Hugit parunguna. Unaptak 77.
Una 48 malakotaleok ukon una 77 una class niktai hugay tukot ukot nakuha ka nakat noon nakot. Una nakuha ka nakat class 77 tam na pinyakok pingin nakat. Nakuha ka nakpatigit. Bill 48 Arbitration Act nagtay kahit na malakotaliok. Nakuha ka na at tayo kuya kuat ikayoktit kuya anniti niya kahit.
Anin niya kahit. Kick them.
$5 now.
Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 723.
723 nakuha ka na tam na. Minita ko na ikayok tinik pihukpit. Kanyak tut issue tinakait. Tap ko ikayok tit. Ikayok tingido na habak pag minihitak.
Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Una ikayok tingit atingit. Steve Ludit. David Morse. Ukat noon na pati ukat kanok pinyak dot 52 me. Ukat kanok asset management think that Nick Taihu right. $82 million Nick Great Slave me now. got tam na bridge mic kanoka humit pa tam na kanoka about the revogit kanok 2024 kanoka hunek patit infrastructure kauti ay kati magalok to ta kanok ka review tamna the bridge up kodak pak bridge make tai hu right okay great slave me Kuyanak Humi una bridge make tai hu right up kodak pakat pinyak patit Kuyanak ikayok tiga ikayok tema kiuniaratin about tariga lori put kanok transport Canada got up kodak paitan malagatiliktit kanok federal government in apehroiga loktu kiungit kadi utuli kuyanak great slave men Taiku kiukamga kanok maning ni katok parak pat kanok got up kodiput bridge nik tahu gait kanok hok tamna manik power ni kat atok pat increase nik tahu gait ang akhlak power khoni inflation unat akli naktak Ukot kanok pinyago gait kanok isoidun maning ni katoner mata una Mr. Moore kiulang naratin kuyanok Ukot katok power anak tot akhlak power kuting kinyar nik atok kapta kanok Ukot kanok havak tot mani nunapting ni kanok habang mata kanok apkotenika habak parak bat kanok tak highway mika tahu gatu apkotak pak tukti yaktomi kanok habak tariga loakik put una Inuvik tak 0 to tak 139 habak tariga loak kai to got maning ni katok power kalok to kanok tam na tak highway mik tahu gait up kodak pak kanok maning ni katok power to kanok tap na titkikar nerlu maning ni ka ingikhralok to federal Canada government kanutun maning nika ingrolak behi kuyanak David una kalang niakot ADM more about tarigalak havakalak tu te lokata tauchikun federal government uvagulo kanok kinyarinik atoronektot apekri falang nektunga inawarik kanok upkodit access road niktai hugay upkodit inawarit kanok havak pat kanok kinyarinik bifarner patigit community access program unik kanok inawarit upkodingit kanok havak kalawarat 423-24 dam na maningnik kanok tutkikarner lu upkoding kuyanak Great Slave Min kuyanak kanok inarinik humi atok patigitap ko at kinyarinik kuyanak Great Slave taiko Great Bravery Bridge Dam na apkotakpak kanok habaut takivating got habak kalwara taglan pingit kathuli kanok humi taimarner patigit got dam na apkotakpak habak kalwarat aglan hapernyarurok kanok ingirhoktuni kanok pinyakaptiu habak kalwaktu tauchikun got inarni tap got tam na apkotakpak bridge nik tahugay una deferred maintenance got kanok ikayurat kanok pinyak patukot deferred maintenance miktahugat na kanok ikayunyak kuyanak infrastructure na abak panik minidak ugat kanok hakutakan kangik kanok pinyakluit habak paralak tugut ugat kanok kinyarinik kinyarin avakkalortugut ukka una ikajortiga David kiullanniartoq kuyanak onko havak pauraaluartugut qanorleqa havakkaluartugut havauttarigaluaritput aglaan qanoq kinyaarnika atorunaqis haperiñaqqeroq kuyaneq here over South Minuqa apeqrillangnartoq middaquna apqutaqmangmika qallangnartunga got qanoq 4 out of 10 nika taihugaitu apqutit tutqiqqarneq qanoqqa pivotigit ilihimaukkalooruna una qanoq una chip sealnik taihugaitu qait qanoq havauttari kapin havauttari kaptigi got apquterpait qanoq una pavnik taihugaita apqutinik apquterpait nakoqqibeluklugi atorugait quyanaq ukiutoarmanukka havauttarigaluarit raikput aglaan una chip seal nik taihugait got qanoq piniarpatigit 2023 ugot qanoq havangniarpatigit una kiullangniartoq qanoq havauttaranniarpatigit ugot qanoq pavement chip seal got qanoq havauttari hivut got qanoq apqutit tabrogot apqutit na ilangi takpavani igilauruni takpavani isumagivlugit tabra arigaanatartunit tutta apqutingit huquvavani uvagutin na tamatkuninga uyaqauranikit na hequmitanik tainne tamatkuninga atoruvita pinnalima takpavani tot tamat apqutingituni ili nayarivut maani apqutivut tavraptaaquna itqagillooliitkiga tavravugutti na tamatkuatin maqralahuuruat culvertnik pilariait immat tamatkuat maqralapkaarniarlugitainna toqloruanik illiaqahuurut apquteqpangnun quyanaqoqarti tavraptaaqin inugiaq qanorlu tamatkuatin na ilitsoqihimagivut apquteqpavutit na ulittaqhuting naagaluunniin tainna immarit qaamittaqigait apqutivut tavrelu tainna tamatkua tavraallanngortuam hilam pivaitsarigaatigut
Tabrela kating tayo na tamat ko nga tokloronik toklorod makaralabing tayo na tabra tamat ko na pigo malay kiwa dili hamagibot tamani nanila kahit tuat. Tabralo tayo tamat ko tayo na huinya libay chot isumalo gira kaibot. Kuyanak ko kakte. Tamat ko alo tabra wani hibun niya ko pang mi matkwat isum matigi batigi kinya ratigun. Kuyanak o kakte. Tamat ko isum magigibot ili magibot. Tabra tayo na kuyanak o kakte. Tamat ko na ukto akimakaptay na tamat ko habaw takikaptigit habak paura kaktut. Habak to tamat na tutkikay niya ako ting piraktut. Tamat ko nga toklokoronik makalakaronik. Apkotek pang ni tokloronik ilyakiraktut tamat ko at makalakat kublu taman na imakka nakidyaka. Tabraptak 2, 4, 5, 6 lo. Tamat ko at na apkotek paite na heribam tabatay na itut. 48 mo naglan.
Excuse me.
Tayo na tamat ko nga tamat ko o kakilali kapasyo takalakit ka ki hura ka na aktilakangit. Tabalo una deputy minister ka kanilak ka tapte muna. Deputy Minister Richard. Kaya nakakakte. Tabalo ko ubago na itkangin ko tamat ko hura ka utik sirabot. Kaya nakakakte. Here without me. Kaya nakpak. Tamat ko tabar dahil na ilyakawing itin kanyak to akaptigit na pakutingit kano hekautik rangit kanyak to akaptigit tabar dahil na hapakanyak to atun ili kanyak to akaptigit dahil na isumaraktigut. Tabar taman na heramin dahil na takpabani bodanik pirakigay tayo nito naglaan abakaktut takpabangalo manilyo nunapting nin. Idea more? Tabratam na iwulak. Tabratam na abanganin. Abingninganin. Tabar tamat ko at kanya kakayot. Tabar lutay na tinagalan tamat ko at kinyarat ato akrabot. Kinyarat ato lagibot tap tumungaglan abanganon. Kaya nakpak. Kaya apakirutay liyak tunga. Kaya nakpak. Pila na if not me. Kaya nak. Tabraw na. O kautigil lang niya kaya. Tabraw na isang matikap ko. Hapakanyak pailyo ni tam na haba kraungin miyok. Haba kraungin chokon niya. Tabraw na very good. Kanot na nagalan. Tabraw kanot na nagalan. Kinyara mi katakonak ato ko niya nebyuting o kakirakatam mat kuno nga na habak to ning tikun habakak to. Tabra kuat tait na okalau tiwelait ka hiluni kanitin ake huniak tilagranga kinyara tigun tamna ingmiktigun habaligit kuyarak apahulaki tabra un mumaluni o kakallaga tabra na tabra lu tait na tamna dashboard mikpibligut tap kuat katimaringit tabra lu tait na tamat kuat na ilitsurakranga ilokating nalaktuaktot nagaluni ilitsuranyaktot tap tumuna tabra tamna tautu kaloraya
A 5-year capital plan.
Apasautar lang niya tamna dashboard kanonek tilakranga taptim nga umani ukiumi kanito naglan pinyak tilakranga tamna okay kapko nagaluni na pakrutaka tamna ilihimabata tamna tikinyak tilakranga tabraw na ukiakrak tamna isaguti kaptigo habaw tayak parakat tabraw na okay lang niya kaya ni akapya katigilugo o kakatigilugo na ilitsarap ka lang niya kaya tabra na ilitsarap ka lang niya liitiga tabra lo tayo na ilitsara niya aktugut namuktilanga kanito nagalaan atok tilangat tayo na kinyara tigun nagaluni habangi tigun tayo na tunagalaan tabra ilitsara niya dashboard mik at tsakligo tamna tabra tamna huli ilitsara niya kamarugut pang mapak kuyanak Yel knife nurse me. Kuyanak. Kuya hukto nga pang mapagka tuhala ka ma. Tabarlo tayo na ilitsara panel lang niyakto nga tapto muna. Kinyaratit na kanito nagalaan atok tilangit na ilitsara niya lang niyakto nga. Tabra tap kuat na to nagalan ukuat ilitsara rakrangat ubani akapirit hibun nioktit una ilitsara rakragat kuyanak pagka kakte kuyanak o kakte tabra ta ko wagutay na ilitsara kaya itsugit kihunun laka aglan ilanip daw ka ilitsarap kaya raktugut kihunun laka nikihenik aglan tabra ilokata tayo na ilitsara niya lagaktugut ilitsarap kaya niya lagaktugut kaya nakpag tabra na ilan ni una na tuhalay chuni nangin naktori rakigat wapting nun. Klito habakatigin niya ni Wilupit ka nga. Tabra kanolo tamna tabra lo tayo na ilitsarap kay pata ilokain yun inyong nun tabi ikayutaw na aktaktam na $50 million na to na akpihi tayo nito nagala tabra ato ko fi hugingin miut ilangin niktabar tapos minister mun kanok kinyara na katoko mga okalang na katam na. Kuya na ko kakte. Tabar minit ako na laut chimarok. Tabar luptak tayo na kanito na galanin na ay chwirak tugot. Naloy kayo tikranik. Kinyaranik. Naloy imakunin na tabar tayo na tunagalanin na katimarin yun okaw tigirakik putam na kanito nagalan atok tilakpot kinyaranik.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll try and get some numbers out of the department. I'm going to ask about the slave geological all-weather environment.
Tabrali tsaka niya kanayak tunga kanito nagalan na atok tilangat 27-20 tayo na tunagalanin na una atok tilangat man ulupak pang mapagili tsaka tunga. Tabraglan tabrag kang keperlu kang khilait ki kang kepelait ki ga kanut naglan ubang khuchik tonin kabamanin ay chok kemawatigut atok raptingnik ili chok ki tamna kaya nak tabra tamid ti ministak una tabra na ilihimaragutai na tunagalan tabra 2024 mi tabra kuat tabra lutai na tunagalan tayo na tunagalan atok tilakpot kinyaranik ilichirap kailang naktugut kakugokpan tabra lutai na ingmiktiunin na $40 million to na to na to tap kuning ni 75-25 mig tamat ko na to na tila krang na to naglan tay na to naglan ni choribot kaya na ko kakte kaya na ko kakte kuya ho naktungan nagalonin kanok tapkok minyita ko na okakalyang mau tuhagi 50 page makpera na tao tung naktok 55 mita 55 mig kihichitilik kaya nak tabraw na tayo na tamat ko na ataramik na igila ko tiniyakik putam na kanok malako talakit na malako lugo tamat ko kanuhimik ilyakira raptingnik kanu tunagalan apak ingikro kimabit kanu tunagalan tabrawa nga ilitsura niya nga ilitsura rakrakalo ami aglan tap tumi nga na tabraw na hawak tabraw tayo na NTCF tabraw takpawang kutsik toanin kabamanin pimarutap tayo na tunagalan tabraw kuat ilitsura kukitkam ukuat hawakatit ka.
Trinidad walide apekrilyang niaktok. Una tautuk kalori ka. ukota una havak pati ita ukot ap kadak pait tap tuminga maning mi ukot tau ka una havak pait ta taina havak kalorai ta maning nika 7.7% mika tahu kanokan maning nika kanoka apkodik paita fourth resolution mi kanoka apkoding it havang nek pati kanoka humik maning nika atonek pat got the chip seal nick that they who get to got uyara nika kanok about the neck patita got up cut it kanok isok nek patit nek got makalu habang ilo kanok habang nek tu ka tap tuminga kuyanak ugat tau tu kalorit ka ko ugat apkoding it ukir man kanok ugat apkoding it ugat tau ka lutsal kemi kanok apkodai choka taina winter road nik tai hugay ugat apkodit kemi apkodai chut ugat tau ka apkodakarulak tuta apkodakarulak hulak tuta kimi kanaka havalabit ta ka taina apkodenika pinya pihukupta ataw chingun hava kupta tamna lunin bilyarit kanaka kaya vita lutsel kemuna kanaka kauti yaktak luita kwit inuita ay mavimne lutsel kemi kanaka havaluruti lokata tauchikun kanaka saknya luita taina pihuk kaming apkodinik kuyanak tunide walide kuyanak mintakalu tauchimung nek tau ta kanok ana kanok nakoknyak lu kanok inunet rota kanok mikliru inunek kuyanak kuyanak kanok tauchimung nek tuguta iyatni tunide walide. Ugot YKDFN ugot kanok isoknya nek lugu ugot tauchimun havalarut khayanak khayanak kanok laka about tarenia habang nek tugut kanok got tauchimuglita habang nek tugut tauchikun ehung hwa una nakokiliu pinyak taut kanok habalarunga taptumingalo tunide walide mi khoyelak sambak other got habalarut ilwakata tauchikun hohima got nakokhinyak tot kanok inu nek tot nakiliu khoyenak got uvaga minister mintaka kinyarakun uvangap tau havakamnuk tauchikun pinyarurut khoyenak tunide walide okay. Mampuimin khoyenak wati transmission line una kanok 26-27 mi kanok habautaran patit humi pinyak pat $82 million ton got atuligin niya kot atong neaktut got tautuktolang niya ay got kanok habautaran niya ligit pati ito got kotakpait ikayoktit himmer niyarait una ikayoktiga Steve Lutet Robert Jenkins na ikayoktiga mampuimin apersuinyaktok got on a transmission line niktay hugay ta kanok Kanoka what?
To Gamity and from there to the snare hydro. I did ask that question before. Is there any way that we can, include Gamity, to extend the Wati transmission line to Gamity, and then, because they want to have the same benefit as Wati. So that was their interest. That's what they expressed. So I just wanted to ask about that, if it is possible. But I know you,
Klito government to got apikroy naktat apikroy naktat kanoka about the naklugit to got kanoka nako kanyak patit una Wati transmission line nuka taihuga to got kanoka about the pati to got transmission line niktai hugai to got kanoka workout got Klito government about the nerat havang nerat ingmingnik committee una mini hydromic rock time na got imarnik hangeronik atornek Wati mi havak kalwak tu got kanoka kinyarnika inkrolak tu Canada government nik kanoka June ukiupat ko una kanoka ikayonak luitu got kanoka about the kangat kuyanak mampuimin got una nuna patana atanun havaktot it taimarnaktot kanoka got all season road nikta hu da project paita kanoka humilaka adornaktot aperruirot kanoka tamna pinyak patigit tamna habang nektot kanoka pinyak patigit kanoka maning adornek pat tamna pingit kalwarat itkaing kalwarat na kanoka habang nengit ka tamna lutit kwenak una apkwarnerat taimarnerat na taiman mainnika taihuga to got nunamatani havaktot kanoka habang taranyarat patigit to got kanok hikayornek patigit got inuitamani kanok got habang matay kayornek yenak patigit kanok kuyanak apkodik kanorleka atorak all season road miktai hugay dukot kanok apkodik pag atorak humilaka kanok ugat kanok kay galwaka to na kanok pinyakpat itkhang itkhang kalwaka taglan una pinyakanak pat kanok about tagniak patit I look at got Klitomi, all Inuit Kakachlu, in our Haperapauraktit hardships, they call it. Tain na hugait, got Hapernya, Inuhika, Hapernya Pauraktok. Anu na ikayok tiga anu kaganaktok ukat kanok ukari laru tap tuminga kanok ikayunyak lut luta kak habag luta ilakatat tau chicken Unat lutit ukakalang niya kuyanak. Una itkay nakalawak to kaglan katimaluta ukautsi naktok ukot ang ibailyo ni una habakpak kadakakluta pinyangit katit pinyangit chuta kuyanak mampuimin kuyanak Ilihimagalak tayo na pinyangit siya ukat kanaka ukakaklu pinyangit siya kanak North Slave region ukat Klito region yun na I'm a Vega Klito region tap ko now tamani kanok habang niyak pati kanok ugat tap ko habang niyak pati kanok humi Klito region in North Slave region Pingichut ugat Klito region ugat uvaguta itut Klito region mi North Slave nisak kuyanak una ugat kanok habag kalo kitputa una uvang isak Ubanga pinyengit ka kihima kayanak. Yellowknife North Main. Fort Simpson. Fort Simpson. Fort Simpson may havakpak apakroy yaktung Fort LNG project miktay huga na havakpak aglan tam na ulak pang bata hapakray pag ligit kat kanok na kanok ko kat habaw tayo alawakik pitaglan nunyak tam na kanok kat
Speak a little bit further on where we're at right now. I'm just trying to give you a high-level overview on what we're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the Minister mentioned, after the spring 2021 flooding, really the project scope has been reevaluated and revised, and really combining this with the relocation of the existing diesel power plant in the community, that project. So we continue to work with the Power Corporation in 2023-24. We're going to continue to do that assessment work to combine those two projects together. And obviously we'll have to look at the costs and what the cost would be for combining those projects together, and then putting together a federal funding application for that work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. MLA for Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife North kalang niyaktok. Malong nika habak nika kanok 2025-26 LNG habak tayo niyak pati kanok ara maning nika atok pay kinyakot. Kaya ukwat natural gas nika tayo hugay ukwat kanok habak tuat Aurora nika kata adorna linya kuda kanok habak tuat tap tumuna ukata climate lands work tayo na tayo hugay tugat kanok habak pak tuat habak pak nika habak tuat kanok igni really gitu kinyaranik kanok habaw tarinak tuak tam na kanok habang naktuak nakurakan na kaya nak kanok wati transmission line miktay hugay tunggat kanok algoranik tam na habang nak kanok Mr. Jenkins una kilang nakto una habag galak to the Klito government niktaw nilukata tauchikun habaktuut kanok habang naktuaka ilihimagaluaktuudaglan kanutin akitchok para naktuaka tamna habak kanok pinyak patukat kanutin kinyari katukunakpat transmission line ni tay hugat algora ni kanok habak hurat habak para hurat kuya Mr. Jenkins kulang naktok. 10 year tun kiunik hipalik kanok habak para habang naratun kanok projects ni tay hugay dugot habait kanutun kinyari ni katakunak patit Ingis frogonek kanok kinyarinik kiyanok Yellowknife North. Ugat kanok ikayonek patita kanok ugat
I didn't.
Fort Simpson LNG at una ilichore fala kurunga kanokan niyak tilaksanga tap tumanga kanutunaglan kinyawra ni katokonak tilaksa fingnik ilichore lauklunga tabrana nakunayak to kema tait na ilichore fala gupta kuya nako kakte tabrana una itsumalagi hong nakauna apakutanga ta tabra lokata tait na tunaglani na atauchi ko aktuagut tabra lo tait na atau himikihenik iglumi atau himikihenik hunigla kaili ilichoranya aktot ilichoranya yaktut atau himi igulumi ila ni golo tabra Yellowknife North mi tabra na kulik sa pakutanya kaya una tabra na man nagok mani nunapting ni tabra ilihim marugud lilakata tabra ilakata ilihim marugud ingilakanim ma ilichore kaptigutam na kano na yaktilakar ito na apkoti sangat 25-26 kihichitinga una minihitak apakal kiulang niya ka una ukot tabrak havat tawag ko lakalui kanolo tamat ko din na hindi makpagtot mani inyo na ako timik tabralo tayo na havat tayo na inyo kirut inyo kihay nyaktut tamat ko na inyo na kimarot tamani inyo napting ni tabralo tayo na Dahil na hinig hunila ka ilyakirot, nagalunin kanokidot inyune ako hiting ilitsorap kaila hirutap kunun dahil na hinig. Sabalo inuit kihula kai ilitsorap kakanayakay. Sabalo tamat ko na sabalo na nunakputmin. Sabalo tam na tuturak to miutit na sabalo tamat ko na kutsik tuot kavamanin. Hapakaktit kaatigut. Tuturak tumi. Sabalo na
Our government sit on this in regards and what are they doing to assist the
ang erotikput ilyakikap tatap tuminga ang erotimik. Tabrap tao ko na tabrap tam na ilitsura niya kapta tam na anitarigat. Kaya na okakte. Tabrap tao GNWT na inuvialuktun na yung miktiwaktot. In miktiun nakatimalakaktot tabrap ko tuturakto miulo. Tabrap ikayo kakibut. Ubagot. Ilokata tabrap na tam na pihugtangat ikayo kumibut tap timuna. Yan ako kakte. Tabra una minihitak ka okalaw di ulaki. Tabra lutay na kano haraw di krangat una ilitsore follow kiga. Tabra ilo kating tap ko tuturak to kami tam na 70108 tabertam na ingmig nunagigat ay chok magay tap tuminga tayo mani ang kaming nunakun. Kaya na ko kakti. Tabra MT kanyak tuak to ni tabra tam na ilihimarugut. Northwest Territories me Huamati ilihimagibut tabarlutay na waptik kunit na nalang niakti hirap tingnikit kabamanik dahil na isumatakaktugot huli pang mapagkaglan tam na kanohun urakakaniya pa yung kapta tabertay na hapukutsak matun itarigatigut kavamatak pavani kutsik tuat kavamat taberlut uwagut tawaktay na
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to
tamnap tawa kay follow kia Tabratam naglan ibakala na ilitsura niya kakatapi niya ikikputam na. Tabralutam na tait na tam na ilya kakalo tap tuminga na uwaptikut kaya ka angalay kuptigo kano heraw tikrap tingnik ilitsura na yaktigut. Kaya nakpak apakruutiga kiulakap ko. Minita tabra ang aktot niya tatuktuakit ka. Tabra tamat ko atit na Tabelo katatay na ukakatigig hirugut tap tuminga tamat kuninga apakirutanik. Tamat kodin na Fort Providence tamat kuninga ruta alanik inaranik ukakalang niyaktunga. Tabraw na apakirutaka kiulaw pangatap tu muna. Kuyanak ukakti. Tamat kodin na taman na alokharakit na kanok tamat kodin na sumatiginyak parung tayo na apkuti kangat nagalunin ilyakik kangat tap tuminga tabra kanok tabra tam na ukawtigilay putay na tauchikunin na tamat ko tap tuma apakirutanga. Kuyanak. Tabra tau kanduto naglaan tam na akihuni aktilak ranga ilyakiguptan tap tuminga ikayuti kramikin na matikun. Kanok naglaan akihuni akputamat kot ato krabutin na ilyakig patatap tuminga. Kuyanak akakte. Kuyanak. Tabra 60 million tun tayo na tunaglan o kakadlakabot 2021 may o kakadlakakpot tabra tam na o kakikapko tayo na tabra lutay na hanayak to kakalo isaguti kalwak din na tayo na tunaglan tamat ko di sumaginaktot tayo nakaroon niya kidlakilay sigutap tuminga. Tabra 60 million tun atong itpiaktut nalup kinaktok tam na.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kuyanak. 42 nalup kinaktok 42 lunin tap tuwang ikil kakirok. Fort Simpson mika okapalang naktuwa. Tabralu taman na okoro mik angala chiro at tabrani. LIU na iliranga. LIU. Tabra tamat kodit na. Tamat kodit na ato ko nayak patigid kayo tigid nayak patigid. Tamat kuningap tao ka isaguti guming. Kuyanak ukakte. Tabraw na islamic ko na ukaktok. Tabraw tayo na ilitso kanya kamarugot pang mapaghuli. Kanolo tamat ko isagutin na aktilakrangit nagalunin hanaya na aktilakrangit dili magibot. Tabraw tawag tam na kanya kamig putin na kami laki kimamig putaver tamat ko. Nagalunin tamat ko isagutin ko fit huamatit ilifiktun. Tabraw tamat ko na matkot okroro na kanit naglaan ato ko na aktilakrakin ilitso kanya kalidlo pihirwe. Tabraw tamat ko isa magalugit nagalunin kanit naglaan ato ko na aktilakrakin na ilitso kanya na ilitsugot. Tamat ko tabraw how about that tamat ko about ta kanya kahe tayo na ito naglaan tabra isumatigibigihige nagalunin kanok Ilocan ataw lugutam na ato na aktilakrak atorneartilaagraqi ilitsori niarpiiung tavalu tamatkot qimilariortuaqqaarnagittait ilitsorilarataqqaarutai na tamatkuninga huammatinik ingimik iliffiktigun isagutiniaquppi tait na tabraniittugut hulipangmapak qanoq hivunmun aulangitsugut naagaluuni tabraniittuartugut isumagiimmivlugulu tabra LNG qanitnagalaan tabra taamna tait na uqroqoroamik atortuat tait na himik illiqikaming pangmapakaglaan isummatigialuarlugu tait na ittuarikput hulip pangmapak hivunmuungitsugut naagaluunniin utinmuungitsugut tabraniittuartugut tabrani isagutilaqataqanaqapta tabralu taamna na havaaqpangnik immunaqriruaq minihitaquna apaqsuppaallangneliitkiga qanitnagalaan tamatkuninga kiiñarunik atorniartilaaksapingnikilihimavihi quyanaq uqaqti taamna isummatikappiung na isagutiniaquffiung taamna huammatiksaq ilippiktun na aulanniaquffiung isummatiiqqaanagu taamna angalaikkifi tabrunaqiniqtuaqapku uqroqoronik uqaaqtui kaasaliinik aglaan kaasaliiquna uqaqilaaitkikki aglaan uqroqakihimi kihian nalu mikirurani inaurani ittuat tabra ali tap tamat tabra qiniqapti naagaluunin tamatkuatit na hilakun na uktuaqhimaruat tamatkuninga huammatiq qarniaqquting hilakun na anoqikkun anoqimik matkuatik ikayuutigivlugu tamanna aangun anoqi tabralu tait natunagalaani na tamatkua tabra uktuaqhimakkangit ilihimagivut tabra tait na tuhaanaqtuat qayanaq tabralu tait na tamatkualu tait na tabra LNG tauqiniqtuaqaptigu ilitsuqiniaqaptigu tabralu tait na kihianik tait na aulaptrungiitkikput na nihuraqarpan allamik isagutiruanik ilihimahuktugut tamatkuatahin isumagiranginnyik naagaluni angalatanginnyik kinguvaagun naagaluunniin haniqaagun ikayortimik peqaqqaaqahi pihukkittugut quyanaq oqarti tabraptaaqtait na tamatkuatit na huammatinik uktuqartuat ingmiktigun huammataqaruhuting malaquk inaarak ilihimagik tait na isagutirat qanuhinilaqa una havaaqpangnik minihitaq tabraukut June 2022 mi isagutikkangatapko kas inaurami atauhimi tabralu imamik ikayu kakoteng tamat kot isagot kakangit. Tabra pang mapakhuli ay na kinyaranik atutisrangin ka pimangitsut. Tabra huli tayo nilitsakanyakan niya ko takanit kanit naglaan tapkot at ako niyak tilakrangin nilitsakanyakan haluwi. Tabra kanakangalan niya ako tisrangit. Tabra tayo makamal lang niyak tut. Let's try to stay up.
Member for Cam Lake. Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want some clarity and in dollars.
Kanaka got Havak Pati Towson Hydro Project Mikta who got Imar Mika Havak dot Towson Havakat Havakaloarat got Kanaka Kanakuna Isok got Kanaka Pinyak Pati Kanaka Havang Nektar Kanaka Pigaloarat Kanaka Havauta Nekpati got Kanaka Damna Towson Hydro Project got Kanaka Fort Simpson unaptak okaganera tau chimukum ting katimamata kuyanak magkoaptak hydro imamika hangarok pang nika aulak havaktot Hanutuna Akinyak but on Ukota Towson Hydro Project Kanoka Kanutun about Tarialoratuna Havakaloratuna havang it got ataw mi ukimi Montreal time di tutkok tat tutko kangi Montreal mi ugot kanok snare fork ugot kuyanak the Batchaman. Got Ohororo Nikatulate Damna Ilimagiga Nakariga Damna. Got Kanoka Damna Nakariga Kanoka. Running at the electronic Havak Pagnik. That Havak up to Kanok Kanakuro can Iglauta Hibun Mukta Kanok. Kanok government ilakata havak kapta got unapta NTPC government got havak kalori gupti havak kalori tigut kanok nakuro kunala niakto kuyanak unapta Fort Smith me kanok got green energy proposal in uminga dahuga to got okoronika atulanyak kuyanak kanok about niak patit got daina aulakirut havakaktot havaktot Tulsin Hydro Mika Taihuga to got 10 Mika Aula Knyaktot Aula Nyaktot 10 Nika in our Nick Damna Tulsin Hydro Project we got in Maranika Aula Nick Kayana. Mr. Jenkins na kiulang niya kat ukat ihumagigay ito kat inarni ito at kanok pichot nika pichot ukat kanok leka Tabachami. Prepare the nak talk na kanok prepare naka got talk green energy mikta who do got or nikatonan kanok how about that but kaya na una pigala puto ko ta kanok how about ta puto kanok nakuro kun aulan habak para urut even auler lock to it got taina ochoroni katular na habak kalarik but kaya unaptok Tulsin expansion mikan nakurakun habang naktot habak pakuna Tulsin Hydro Project kanaka imakun aul hawang rock pang nikab hawleti naktok kaya ugot kaya para ka ugot MOUs and tapgot atakun ninamatakun habaktot MOU niktay hugay got kanok habak niyak patigit got nakur taiko taiko ugot himmerner right inkayaktingit infrastructure minihitam kolel ikayaktin Steve Ludit, Mani Tokholi, Delia Chetworth, Ura ikayoktiga. Kayanak. $50 million to $57,000. Ukotoka kanoka tutkokoinaka atonera tukona atonera tuna kanoka tutkokoirota haki hunakok ukotoka habaktoka ukhronika tulainak una green God habaktot kanoka pinyarat Yellowknife Northman Koyanak $2.5 million in kanok atong magatukot $2.5 million in kanok got kanok hatovat kanutun got kanok interest green niktai hugait green living got kanok khorani katulainak got kanok got kanok atonaka got kanok ato $1 million tun hamma hippalik got kanok Kuniaktok Chesworth Kuyanak tautung neru ivakleru at kanaka ikay niak sugut ugot kanaka havaktot humilaka inarini ugot havagvit abig bing kanaka Havautare hu giputa kanorlaka nako hinyaklu kayanak nako hinyaklu kanok kotau ka kanoka habaktot kanoka pirot infrastructure got maning ni katoro IT una okay ukiuleka ukiul
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Discussion that the whole of government would have that discussion and make those decisions. It's not.
Tabraw na mga minihita wala kilunga tamat ko at ilitsyo kanya na yakabot Tight na huli awan mo na kakadiga ka ako ta. Aglano na ila okay palaw paung una hungit tiga. Pap ko huli kaya na Yellowknife North Main. Ako lisra ko na apasuta kilang niya ka. Tabraw na una at kagigap ko kanit na naglanin na hunigla habak pangnik na minihitaw ako na. Tabraw kano ko na ilipi tight na tamat ko habak takila kabatigit. Tabraw na tamat ko hulaka tight na hulaka ili na habak takila kabut. Hugin parang tam na ang tap tumi nga okala ka nganik tight na tinaglan. Cam Lake Min kaya na tabraw na nut kugiga tabraw na tama lakoy kaukot tam na ang ahlo tabraw tam na tama aktit kay tukot. Tabraw kot kaya ilit kibut pianik tot tabraw tama aktu ukot nakuha parang na hungit kiga. Ukot anihil laki ikayak tingan anihil laki kaya na.
Committee, we will now consider the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Committee, the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation is included in the capital estimates as an information item, and the totals are not votable. We will continue to review these estimates as we have for the previous considered departments. However, we will not vote on the totals. If members have comments or questions, they can be raised at the appropriate time. Does the minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness to the chamber.
Housing Corp na ikayok tingit isarnak.
Yan ko na?
Yeah.
Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Documents, sorry.
please oh, just wait. Just wait.
Oh. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to introduce or welcome, I'm tired, President Young and also Vice President Jim Martin. Thank you.
Welcome. The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Has the committee agreed to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation begins on page 71. We will defer the corporation totals and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning at page 72 with finance and infrastructure services, with information items on page 73. Are there any questions, comments? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I remember sitting here last year and there was quite a big fight that the Housing Corp was only spending $10 million on capital. And that's kind of that same number that has appeared in every capital budget. And now I see for the first time revised estimates of the current fiscal we're in, and we're spending $104 million. So probably would have saved us a lot of time and effort if we knew we were spending $100 million and not 10. But can someone just update me on where that money came from? What, you know, I know this, I know we had that $60 million carve off and there was two $30 million announcements, I believe. But sorry, I just didn't know we were actually spending $90 million this year on capital present. So can someone tell me where that money came from? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were very successful, I guess, in our federal engagements and conversations within this year. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin elaborate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice President Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The revised capital estimates for 22-23 of approximately $104 million is comprised of a few components. First off is the typical base funded capital budget of approximately $10 million. And then in addition to that, for this year, we've had approximately $7 million in capital carryovers from the previous year. And this is a result of the additional federal funding that Housing NWT has been receiving over the last couple years. We received $25 million from CMHC in 2021, and we received another $25 million from CERNAC in 21-22. And those dollars went directly into the capital plan, which is supporting the delivery of 100 new public housing units for the territory. And these are projects that are continuing to proceed and multi-year in nature, and as such, they were carried over. And then the third component is an additional approximately $24 million that has been allocated this year from the initial $30 million allocation from CERNAC, again, under budget 2022. So that's reflected in this year's revised capital estimates as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll ask the same question about the $35 million we're spending this fiscal. Can someone tell me where that money is coming from? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of NWT Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is coming from the federal engagement funding that we did receive from CERNAC. I'll have President Young elaborate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. President Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, as the member noted, we had an approximately $10 million capital plan before we signed a new funding agreement with CERNAC. Once we did receive that funding coming out of the 22-23 budget, we were able to adjust the portion of the $30 million that's going towards capital into this budget, and that is what results in the $35 million capital plan. The balance of the $30 million is going into O&M type expenditures, and that's why it's not exactly 30 plus 10. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I kind of understand that. I guess, does the Housing Corporation have a bit of a, I mean, I'm looking at, $100 million being spent this year and $35 million for next fiscal. And maybe there'll even be more money, but do we have some sort of public facing other than this page capital plan of where things are going? I admit that I think many MLAs have been confused at times with the different funding pools and what's being built where, but is there a bit of a 5-year outlook of what we're building and how much we're spending? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of NWT Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a list of where these projects are going to be and looking at the retrofits that we're going to be working on this year. I'll just have President Young respond as we did. I'm not too sure if we could put this out there publicly, or I'm not too sure. I'll have President Young elaborate. Thank you.
President Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, we have historically provided this to committee when requested. But again, because many of these are small projects that we are tendering to not impact the tender prices, we don't put the number of each individual project out publicly. But if requested, we can absolutely share that with committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
No further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just further to the questions from my colleague from Yellowknife North, further than just the tendering process, there's definitely a sense in communities of kind of not knowing what direction housing is going in, or when their units might be updated or retrofitted, or what kind of the future of housing looks like in the Northwest Territories. And that's not just even in small communities, that's regional centers, that's even here in Yellowknife. And so even though there's not, I guess, a willingness to put out a public document talking about tendering dollars, is there a willingness to put out a document of a capital plan of what retrofits, what new houses, kind of what is the capital plan, not talking about dollars, but talking about houses on the ground for housing NWT? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister, NWT Housing Corporation.
Chair, we have a number of retrofits and improvements that will be made throughout the Northwest Territories. We did complete the core need report as well too. I'll just have Jim respond, because if we were to provide this and provide a technical briefing to share this information that we do have and what has been identified, but it's quite a bit of repairs that would be happening within the next couple of years. I'll have Jim elaborate.
Thank you. Vice President Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Housing NWT does develop a range of documents which speaks to planned capital investments. We do go through publishing an annual report every year, and that gets tabled here in the ledge. We also participate in the annual business planning process of the GNWT, and also provide information regarding capital outlooks in that area. And most recently, we've also developed a core need report, which took into consideration the age of our assets and provided a 20-year outlook for capital investment needs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The beauty of the internet is I've now got the annual report in front of me here, and the annual report doesn't tell us what houses in what communities are going to be retrofitted by Housing NWT. It doesn't tell us what communities are going to see new houses, and what I'm thinking of here is that if there are community governments or Indigenous governments that want to get involved in housing and don't have kind of the ability to see where Housing NWT is going, it's hard for them to work in partnership with Housing NWT and to really support that work and to work together. And I know that some Indigenous governments are getting more involved in housing delivery across the territory, and I know that there are intimate conversations happening between Housing NWT and these organizations. But we also know that there are grassroots organizations that want to be involved as well, and they won't have those the same ability to sit at those tables either. And so in order to have everybody, including NGOs, available to really work on this together, it requires a little bit of foresight into what that capital plan will be. But I want to go on to my next question And what I want to understand more is when I look at the statistics of housing in NWT communities, and the last kind of overall snapshot we had was in 2019 of done by Statistics NWT, and what that showed was that Colville Lake had the highest percentage of dwellings with housing issues in the Northwest Territories, and it showed that Colville Lake had 90% of its dwellings had housing issues. And what I see when I look at this list is that one unit is earmarked for Colville Lake, and so I'm wondering if the minister can explain how Housing NWT decides what communities it works on projects in. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister responsible for NWT Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just having a hard time to hear. My earpiece keeps on kind of shutting off and on, I guess. But the member had asked about the number of units that were going to be retrofitted in Colville Lake, and how those numbers are determined. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yes.
I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond to how the information is collected and how these communities are identified, determining what retrofits need to happen in those specific communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice President Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Each year, Housing NWT goes through a fairly comprehensive review of our housing stock. We take into consideration factors such as the age and condition of our housing assets. We work very closely with our district offices, our local housing organizations, to get a really good sense of things such as maintenance history and other issues that may be emerging throughout the year, such as failing foundation situations, etc. So it's a fairly comprehensive process to look at the current condition of our stock. We then, once we have that baseline information, we then look at our available resources for the year within our fiscal framework, and then we do have to enter into a prioritization process, and we come up with a proposed plan based on need within the resources available. And Colville Lake, for example, there's 2 public housing units in the community, and right now the average age of those 2 units is 7 years. And there's other communities that have assets that are much older and that are in greater need of investment. And as a result of that, our limited dollars would be directed to some of those other higher priority areas. But we certainly recognize the importance of ensuring that Colville Lake, those units are maintained in a safe condition for our residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As was already noted, last year was a great year with lots of additional investments from the federal government to Housing NWT, where they saw revised estimates of $104 million. And so given that at this time last year we didn't know that this was coming, is Housing NWT anticipating working towards the same type of investment in the territory, where they've kind of set that bar and know that hopefully we'll all be able to be seeing the same kind of success next year with revised estimates in the capital plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, NWT Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the member is correct, and we did receive a out of the federal budget, we did receive 60 million over 2 years, and we do see carryovers on this submission as well too, that just increases that number to 104 million. So I anticipate that we probably would see something very similar as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, comments to NWT Housing Corporation? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look at the list here, and it's fairly extensive. And then I look at Hay River, and I see 29 units. And I'm just for retrofits, major retrofits. With the flooding that happened this last spring, I'm just wondering where we are with those retrofits. Has flooding impacted the work that's being done? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this delivery here for the retrofits are for public housing. I just wanted to just clarify that. And I'll have President Young elaborate on the flood response that happened this year in Simpson and the surrounding communities of in Nahende and Hay River. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, President Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just this morning I had an update, so I can provide a fairly timely update to the member on the work in Hay River. We are happy to report that we haven't had an awful lot of supply chain issues with the contractors in Hay River. At this point, we're pretty confident that we should have our seniors back in their accommodation by mid to third week of November, and the single-family homes very close to that. The only possible slippage we may see is we had one unit that was identified late with a foundation issue. Depending on what our contractors tell us there, that work may have to be completed in the spring when the freezing lets up, but we will find that out in the next few weeks. So very good progress from our contractors there in doing the recovery from the flooding in Hay River, and we're really pleased with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I see that in Hay River you have the RCMP units going up, and they seem to be moving along fairly steadily and making good time on it. There's two other units, I think, in Hay River as well, individual units that are going up in the same vicinity. Are they on schedule? Thank you.
Minister of NWT Housing Corporation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, they are.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, looking at the RCMP units, I see they do have a crawl space there, and that those buildings are in the area where flooding did occur. I'm just wondering what consideration was given, I guess, to mitigate any future damage by flooding for those buildings, and if you know, and if we've got insurance on them, I guess, or if there's insurance on them, does it cover flooding? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of NWT Housing Corporation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond. I don't have those technical about crawl spaces and basements, and I don't have that in my material. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice President Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Housing NWT does continue to monitor that situation. We do recognize that there is risks certainly associated with foundation integrity, and we are working with our engineers to fully assess that situation and make sure there's mitigation measures in place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South. Member for Inuvialuktun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I guess the question that I have first is in terms of how funding works for public housing. Can you explain how funding works for public housing, where money comes in from CMHC for minor and major capital projects, operation and maintenance, and that kind of thing on an annual basis for a typical public housing unit? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of NWT Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that level of detail, I'll defer the question over to President Young. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. President Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Overall, in terms of our revenue, approximately 30% comes from the federal government, a combination this year of CMHC and CERNAC funding. And most of that funding from CERNAC is intended for capital, but as mentioned, there is flexibility to use it for some O&M expenses. For CMHC, the money, again, is for both, because the arrangement we have with CMHC, the bilateral arrangement we have, over time they have been reducing our O&M funding to the territory, but we have got a bilateral arrangement in place to continue funding flowing to us for the delivery of housing programs. On top of that, and sorry, I might have my number mixed up just slightly, but I do remember Approximately 10% of the funding is own source revenue through rental collections, and the balance of the funding comes from GNWT through both capital and O&M. So that's where our funding sources are to fill both our O&M and capital plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so that helps me to understand how the funding works a bit. In here in the Northwest Territories, I think you had mentioned during committee that there's about 2,400 public housing units in total. Of that amount, here in Yellowknife, how much of that public housing units we have that are either, do you consider rent supplement program as public housing unit where you lease it, say, from Lanky Court and that kind of, is that considered public housing, or is it something different altogether? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of NWT Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The rent supplementary program is just a program to support private rentals, and it's separate from public housing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess when the $60 million federal housing allocation was determined, and there's a picture in the CBC here page, and they talked about the allocation for the next 2 years of coming from of a $10.1 billion housing. Of that $60 million, it says right here that it's a drop in the bucket that was mentioned by the Premier, but at the same time, it's supposed to address the housing crisis here in the Northwest Territories. So what I don't understand is that when I go through your list here, right now on public housing on page 73, it's highlighted that all these public housing units are funded by CERNAC, and it's an arrangement that you guys came up with internally. But what I don't understand is that here in the Northwest Territories right now, that if I were to take a look at in our riding, let's say there's 340 houses that needs to be retrofitted times 200,000 just to retrofit that unit. But then you got 33 communities in the Northwest Territories that probably fall into that same category. So we're looking at about $2.2 billion just to fix up housing in the Northwest Territories. So we've been here for 50 years already. So what I don't see is how come you guys don't have a plan to address these outstanding issues in the housing crisis in the Northwest Territories? So can you tell me maybe a bit about this so that I understand as to how you guys are going to deal and tackle the housing crisis here in Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister responsible for NWT Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the member is correct. And, we did get to the $60 million over 2 years, but that was ongoing federal engagements and conversations that was happening with the federal government. And we also do have the 100-unit rollout as well, and also acknowledging seniors within that rollout as well. We've also worked very closely with the federal government to enhance their co-investment application for the Indigenous governments as well too, and for stakeholders and NGOs throughout the Northwest Territories. And separate from that, I don't want to kind of get off into a tangent here, but then there's just, there's the $500 million that's coming here to the Northwest Territories that has been identified for specific Indigenous groups through the distinction-based funding. With that, together we are working in conjunction and trying to provide adequate support at the community level as well. We've entered into the community housing plans where these would become lobbying documents to address those specific housing needs in the smaller communities. One thing that the portfolio has done is try to come up with very unique and innovative ideas on how to address housing in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's got to be a way, because the way I read this document to the Aboriginal governments in the Northwest Territories, when they see $30 million going to that's coming from Ottawa that was probably negotiated or application was made to get that money. But at the end of the day, is that it doesn't make sense to fix the public housing with CERNAC dollars when we're in a housing crisis here in Northwest Territories. So going forward, you know, like we're going to have to develop a better strategy as to how we're going to deal with this. Yes, we do need money to fix up a lot of these houses in the community. The reports already say that that's coming out. So my question, I guess, at the end of the day is that how are you going to work with Indigenous governments to find better monies or work with them so that they could start fixing up these units in the communities? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister responsible for NWT Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this delivery that we do have is just repairing our own public housing units, and we haven't seen this amount of money coming to the territories in decades. And I just think of we are working with the Council of Leaders as well too, and looking at like our policies and looking at the community housing plans. It might seem not as significant to the member, but there's been extensive work in creating these documents and just really looking at what is required at the smaller community level. And what I've seen throughout the Northwest Territories is those needs, housing needs throughout the territory, are not the same. And we have some communities that are strictly looking at either home ownership, they're looking at more public housing units, they're looking at putting more construction on the ground, and it just varies throughout the territory. But we do have a limited budget as well too, that I just really wanted to highlight that. 60 million is not very much, to be honest. That's what our 100-unit rollout was about in the last year. And I see what 30 million looks like, and this is what we were able to acquire. But then with the success of the distinction-based funding, it's really started to create a lot more conversation and a lot more positive responses at the local community level. We are there to be working with the Indigenous groups. Masi.
Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But overall, I guess at the end of the day is that we're still in a housing crisis here in the Northwest Territories. It's significant. It's right across the board in all 33 communities, and I don't see a plan. But overall, I think maybe is the Aboriginal governments are now looking at going directly to Ottawa to get the same pots of money, but they're competing with the housing corporation somehow, and that needs to be looked at again because the reason why they're doing it is because they have to jump through these hurdles to qualify their own people through the housing corporation, but now they want to go directly to Ottawa and get that pots of money directly given to them. So I'm just thinking, the housing corporation is 50 years old already, and it still seems like they can't get it right. So maybe it's something that we need to take a look at, that sooner or later, that the housing corporation structure itself, is it meeting the needs of the people here in the Northwest Territories for housing, whether it be in home ownership or repairs. So my final question would be is that do you foresee that happening? I mean, right now as it is, we can't keep going the way we are, status quo, because nothing's going to happen. We're going to be bureaucratic, red tape, and things need to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Madam Chair, and I'd have to disagree with the member, because looking at the funding that has been distributed out through the Northwest Territories, that was in partnership working with Indigenous groups and creating this working table on what is required. And my message to the federal government was, if you're not going to be funding the territorial government directly, then fund the Indigenous groups, and we'll work with them, and we'll try to see what it is that they would require at the community level. And that's where the community housing plans started to come up, and I hear the member that it doesn't sound quite significant, but this is a very useful document that identifies every single housing need in a smaller community, and it's internally funded by Housing NWT to see these documents completed. And also I wanted to kind of come back and just highlight our renewal as well too, that we've established, that we've never had that within the portfolio as well, and also looking at our policy changes and trying to better communicate and better deliver our programming as well too, and working with the public, working with Indigenous groups, stakeholders throughout the territory. Housing is not the only entity in the Northwest Territories that is going to solve this housing crisis. We need the NGOs, we need the Indigenous groups, we need to be working at those tables in collaboration. Masi.
Minister, are there any further comments from members? Member for Nunavut.
Madam Chair, just in regards to the units that I have going into my communities on the project listings, I just want to make sure that we are getting stick built and we're not getting prefab units, because we are getting, looks like they're trying to send a prefab unit in the community of Tuck, and talking with my leadership, they don't want it. They want stick built units which are going to provide work and be able to provide a little bit of employment. And it's the same thing right across within Paulatuk, Ulukaktuk. You know, all my communities, they should be getting stick built. Prefabs are not working. So what's Minister's thoughts on that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of NWT Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the allocation of the federal funding, the Housing NWT had to become very creative in how we were going to put this application and putting it forward. But this was actually a modular unit delivery that was a requirement through the federal funding that we did access. But what we're looking at as well too is looking at a balance of stick-built and modular units. And in respect to the members' riding as well, I did have the opportunity to come and visit that. Visit his communities as well, and I realize and I understand that there's a different dynamic and a different environment of buildings that need to be constructed in his riding, but I can follow up with the member to give him a further update. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Make a statement, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair. We're failing. All the stuff that we're doing in all the major retrofits and stuff like that, like I asked them in regards to taking units out, giving them to clients so we could get CMHC funding to get more units put into the community. Nothing. We try to work with them. Nothing. All the stuff that we do with this minister, we wear it as just like in the communities that she said she'd come to visit. I'm still waiting on numerous, probably 3 or 4 things that need to be done from those visits. So all the stuff that we're talking about right now, you know, it's we're just failing. Housing's failing, and we need to right that wrong. We want to work together. Yeah, let's work together. Let's get it done. Make the decision. You have the people in the room to make the decision, so let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions, comments from members? Seeing no further questions, I remind the committee that the estimates for the Northwest Territories are included in the capital estimates as information items only. The committee will not be voting on the activity total. Committee, please return to the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation summary on page 70. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is being distributed onto the floor now. Those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Is the committee prepared to move to the next department? Yeah, okay. Thank you, committee, and thank you to the Minister, Sergeant at Arms. Please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Very small. Agreed to consider table document 723-192 capital estimates 2023-2024. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Environment and Natural Resource. Does the Minister of Environment and Natural Resource wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my right is Deputy Minister Aaron Kelly, and on my left is Jessica St. Arnaud, Director of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Is the committee agreed to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, the Department of Environment and Natural Resource begins on page 23. We'll defer the departmental totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning at page 25 with environment protection and waste management with information on page 26. Are there any environment and natural resource, environmental protection and waste management, infrastructure investments, $80,000. Questions, comments? Committee agrees? Okay. Committee, please turn to page 28, forest management, with information items on page 29. Environment, natural resource, forest management, infrastructure investments, $1,592,000. Questions, comments? Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, please turn to page 30, wildlife and fish, with information items on page 31. Environment, natural resource, wildlife and fish, infrastructure investments, $400,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental summary found on page 23. Environment, natural resources, 2023-2024. Capital estimates. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Is the committee prepared to move on to the next department? Thank you, committee, and thank you, Minister. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness from the chamber. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 723-19 brackets 2 capital estimates 2023-2024. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Lands. Does the Minister of Lands wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness to the chamber. Witnesses. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my left is Deputy Minister Jamie Cooey, and on my right is Catherine McDonald, Director of Finance.
Thank you. Welcome. Committee has agreed to forego general comments. Is the committee agreed to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, the Department of Lands begins on page 65. We will defer the departmental totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning at page 66 with operations, with information items on page 67. Lands Operations Infrastructure Investments, $225,000. Does committee agree? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recall last year when we were doing this, Lands actually had to carry over a truck because there was a bit of a international supply chain shortage with obtaining trucks. And I also recall at some point during COVID, a few of the dealerships got mad because they were unable to deliver trucks, and we ended up going down south for tenders. But I'm just wondering if the department is feeling confident of its ability to now purchase new trucks, and hopefully locally if possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Lands.
Yes, and yes to both questions. Thank you.
Thank you. MLA for Yellowknife North. No.
That's good. Get those trucks.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. More of a comment. I just wanted to say that I think it's great that we're moving towards unisex washrooms versus trying to have gendered bathrooms. It makes more sense, it's more diverse, and it allows for us to have flexibility. So us women aren't always waiting on the bathroom, and men can wait with us too. Thank you.
All right. That's a comment. Did you want to respond, Minister? He's not even getting the mic. All right. Any further questions, comments? Lands, Operations, Infrastructure Investments, $225,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental summary found on page 65. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Lands at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is being distributed onto the floor. Okay. The motion is in order. To the motion? Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Minister, Sergeant, and to the witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Committee Report 33-19-2, Bills 52 and 48, Table Document 723-19 brackets 2, and would like to report progress with 13 motions adopted and that consideration of Committee Report 33-19-2 is concluded, and that Bill 52 is ready for third reading, and that Bill 48 is ready for third reading as amended. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes, do we have a seconder? Member for Thabacha, all those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Wednesday, October 26, 2022, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 1163-19-2, oral question 1188-19-2, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioners' address, petitions, reports of committees and the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, bills 58 and 59, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 23 and 29, committee report 33-19-2, committee report, committee report 34-19-2, table document 723-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, bills 48 and 52, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, October 26, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.